Ms. Mejia, just in case folks don't have it, can you throw the agenda or tonight's agenda in the chat for everyone, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to put the board secretary is going to put the agenda in the chat. I did look on the city's website. It looks like there's been some work to the website, and I think for me, the location where I usually go for this information, it's been moved a little bit. And the secretary can let you know exactly where it is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a regular meeting of the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. Today's date is Thursday, March 13th, 2025. The purpose of this meeting is to hear requests for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under the authority of the municipal land use law. If you're an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist, and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal this to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of the decision of this board. If you do file an appeal of the board's decision, we ask that in addition to complying with any notice required by statute or court rule, that you serve a copy of your pleadings on the zoning board secretary. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice on the Open Public Meetings Act, electronic notice of this remote public meeting was placed on the City of Newark's website as permitted by state statute. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raise hand feature at the bottom left corner of the computer screen or mobile device. If you are calling in on the telephone, you can press *9 to alert us. I'd note that the zoning board is a quasi-judicial board. If an appeal is taken from our decision to the Superior Court, we are required to provide the Superior Court with an official transcript. The chat is not part of the official transcript. We want to make sure that any questions you have, the answers to those questions, and any statements you make are part of the official record. So please don't use the chat. Use the raise hand feature, so we can make sure that your questions, the answers to your questions, and your statements are part of the official record. Additionally, when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's distracting. It's much like speaking out loud out of turn if we were meeting in public. So again, I ask you to refrain from using the chat. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Hardesty.
Present.
Member Jones.
Present.
Member Rivera.
Present.
Member Cobian.
Present.
Member Torres.
Present.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Present.
Chair Alphonse.
Present. One moment, please. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Requests for adjournments or postponements? If so, please identify yourselves by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Call the first case, please.
There is one raised hand.
Oh, sorry. I don't see it. Counsel,
Chairman, this is John Wichiscala. How you doing tonight?
hi, how are you doing, Mr. Wiscalla?
I-
What matter are you here
I
on?
am doing fine. I am here tonight on behalf of Franciscan Charities, which is we are on the agenda somewhere for continuation of the our site plan application.
What application is that, Ms. Mejia?
ZBA 24-08, 352 358 13th Avenue.
Hold on one second. Is that a regular case or?
Yes, it's under pending applications.
Okay, let's call that.
The time is now 6:17 p.m. The first item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 24-08, located at 352 358 13th Avenue, block 1780, lot 1 in the West Ward. The applicant is Franciscan Charities, Inc. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes an addition for activities to existing church. Applicant is seeking a D3 variance for failing to meet conditional use standards and C variances for insufficient secondary front yard setback, exceeding maximum impervious lot coverage, and insufficient building facade transparency. Site plan approval is required. This application was previously adjourned to the state from the January 9th hearing.
Are there any persons who are appearing as objectors in this matter? If you're an objector in this matter, if you can identify yourselves by raising your hand, please, I'd ask you to do that now. I see no raised hands. If you're here as with any interest in this matter, I'd ask you to raise your hand. I ask you to do so now. I see one raised hand.
So,
Hold on, counsel.
yep, yeah, I'm on hold.
I see one raised hand. That person declined to be a panelist. Counsel?
So, Chairman, just very quickly, and we are requesting an adjournment. Your engineering department had identified some drainage and other improvements that they're looking for us to do in conjunction with this application. We've got a few engineers. This is Franciscan Charities, so we got a village here trying to help out to get this application through. We are undertaking some due diligence studies to hopefully address the drainage issues and modify our plans accordingly to satisfy the comments of your professionals. What my request is tonight is if we could carry this to the board's May meeting. I think that should provide us sufficient time. We're doing some soil borings and some things to make sure we can get
Borings? Yeah,
water
you're doing
management
borings?
done.
Might there be some issues?
No, nothing we're expecting. This is a site, Chairman, that has existed. It's like 100% impervious coverage. We are modifying, we're actually reducing the coverage on site. But your engineering department has requested that we still provide drainage and so forth.
Okay.
So we're just trying to figure out how we can connect to the drainage system and provide for that, even though we're doing it. So
Understood. Counsel, you want the end of May, the mid-May, or the beginning of May?
whatever. I think probably a mid-May or later May meeting. I'm not sure what the board meetings are,
Sounds like
but
the end of May, Ms. Mejia. What do you have? What do we
as
have?
long as it's not Memorial Day weekend, that would be terrific, Chairman.
We have May 15th and May 29th.
So why don't we shoot for May 15th? I think that should probably 2 months should suffice on it. So and then we can just take it from there.
Hopefully those borings will come back clean.
Yeah, whatever we're doing, I think it'll work out, and we're certainly looking to work with your city's professionals on this thing.
Great. May I have a motion to adjourn this matter to May 15th?
Motion.
Motion Torres,
Second.
may I have a second? Second Riviero. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yeah. Member Jones, we can't hear you. Let's come back to Member Jones.
Member Rivero.
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. How many is
Thank you
that?
very much, everyone. So, Chair, no further notice required. Is that correct?
Yeah, hold on, Council. How many yeses was that, Ms. Mejia?
6. We
So-
weren't able to
Okay,
hear.
so council will preserve your notices, but I would ask that in a neighborly fashion, if you'd be willing to change the date on the sign, you could just paste something over the date.
Oh,
new
right,
date.
right. Yes, I forgot about the yes. Yep,
Would your client be willing to do that?
absolutely. We'll put it.
And-
We have a sign out there. I forgot
Right.
about that. We have a
Right.
sign out in front. Yep.
And additionally, since you're being so neighborly, I'd ask if you would also agree to send regular mail to everyone you noticed originally. And the 200-foot radius, regular mail.
Yep.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
Thank you very much. Then we will withhold the notices with those caveats. Thank you, council. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:23 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 22-49, located at 378-386 Central Avenue. Block 1839, lots 7, 8, 9, and 11 in the Central Ward. The applicant is KS 380 Central Ave LP. In the MX1 zone, the applicant proposes to demolish existing commercial building and construct a new 6-story multifamily building with 77 apartments and 15 off-street parking spaces on a first-floor garage. Mid-rise multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the MX1 zone. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance, a D5 density variance, and 9C variances for excessive lot coverage by building, excessive front and rear yard impervious coverage, insufficient front and rear yard setback, insufficient front facade transparency, excessive wall height, insufficient parking, and insufficient shade trees. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on November 3rd, 2022. The applicant is requesting 2 one-year extensions.
Are there objectors on this application? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
Yes, hello, good evening. How are you all? My name is Kala Ketchens, I represent the applicant KS 380 Central Avenue LP. We are requesting 2 one-year extensions on this property, on this project. Our client has been diligently working on the compliance set. It's been taking some time, but they're nearly ready to pull the permits, which will take additional time. And so we are requesting the extension just to cover that time period in case there's any other issues they run into with working with the city's permit office.
Thank you. Are there any questions for council regarding this application? Questions from the board? If none, may I have a motion? May I have a motion? Well, how much time do you need, council? Well, I'm thinking of something different. My head is spinning. May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Second.
Motion Torres, second Riviero. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yeah.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes. Thank you, council. Your application is approved. 2 one-year extensions.
Thank
Cool.
you. I'm also appearing on the next matter too.
Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:27 PM. The next item is ZBA 22-71 located at 32-38 Waydell Street. Block 2400, lot 30 in the East Ward. The applicant is MK 32 Waydell LLC. In the MX2 zone, the applicant proposes to construct a new 4-story building with 21 dwelling units over ground level parking. Applicant is seeking a D5 variance, 12C variances for minimum lot size, minimum lot width, insufficient front yard, insufficient side yards, insufficient rear yard, exceeding lot coverage, maximum impervious front and rear yard, front transparency, and insufficient shade trees and insufficient parking. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on January 12th, 2023. The applicant is requesting 2 one-year extensions.
Are there any persons with an interest in this matter? If so, please identify yourselves by raising your hand. You can do so by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council, your appearance?
Yes, hello, Calla Catchins on behalf of MK 32 Waydell LLC. Our client is requesting an extension, 2-year extension, due to a number of things, mainly that the market conditions were impacting their ability for financing to, commence the project. They are working diligently towards that. Conditions have improved, so they should be able to start working towards that and getting the permits. So we once again ask for 2 one-year extensions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for council regarding this matter? Questions from the board? I see none. May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion, Riviero. May I have a second? Second. I think
Second.
that will be on, right?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphont.
Yes. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:29 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 21-77, located at 64 14th Avenue and 295-297 and 303 Morris Avenue, block 246, lots 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in the Central Ward. The applicant is Faro Development LLC in the R4 low-rise multifamily residential zone. The applicant proposes to construct a 4-story mixed-use building having 27 apartments, 5,583 ground floor retail space, and 23 parking spaces. Mixed-use multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the R4 zone. Applicant is seeking a D5 variance for insufficient lot area. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on October 21st, 2021. The applicant is currently requesting 2 one-year extensions.
Is this yours, Council Garlick?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Are there any persons with an interest, objectors, or any other interest in this matter? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I'd ask you to do so now, please. I see no raised hands. Council?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Thomas Garlick from Murphy, Schiller, and Wilkes on behalf of the applicant Farrow Development LLC. This application, as Madam Secretary just stated, was originally approved October 21st, 2021, with the 2-year approval period that would take us to 2023. Our initial request had actually requested a 3-year extension, which would take us to November October of 2026, just to provide for sufficient time. Our client, similar to the last application, has had some difficulties with financing given the market, but is hoping that is turning around shortly. If the board is inclined, we'd ask for the 3 one-year extensions just to provide for sufficient time so that we wouldn't have to reapply in several months before October. But if the board is not inclined, I would at least ask for the 2 one-year extensions to October of this year, and then we could reapply. But to save everybody time and some resources, we had asked for the 3 one-year extensions.
Well, here's my concern, council. On our agenda, it doesn't say that, it just asks for the 2 1-years. So I'm a little hesitant to change the agenda, which is gone out to the public.
Okay. All I'll say is our request that was submitted March 6th had asked for the 3 years, but I defer to the chair's position. I understand the point. I'll just note that our request did actually request 3 one-year extensions.
Well, because it's been noticed as 2 1-years, I'm going to keep it to that unless our council disagrees with me, Ms. Allwaters.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I agree with you, since the 2-year was what was noticed to the public, so.
And at worst, at best, council, your client won't need it. At work, or at even better, you'll get to see us again.
Absolutely, Chair. No issues. I'll defer to the board.
We're
and the chair.
always happy to help with council's hourlies. May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion. Who was that? That was Commissioner Hardesty. Second, Riviero. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfant.
Yes. Congratulations, you got your 2 1-years, and we may see you again. Thank you, council.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I think that concludes our agenda. Isn't that correct, Ms. Mejia? I'm just kidding. Call the next case, please.
1 second. here.
Is
The time is now 6:34 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-17-41, located at 839-845, 847-849 Mount Prospect Avenue, blocks 814.01, lots 21.01, 21.02, 66, and 68 in the North Ward. The applicant is Goyman View LLC. On the C2 zone, the applicant proposed reconfiguration of 3 lots and a minor subdivision to create 2 lots. New construction of 2 5-story mixed-use buildings. Building A will consist of 3 commercial spaces and 40 residential dwelling units. Building B will consist of 1 commercial space and 48 dwelling units. Applicant is seeking D5 variance for insufficient lot area per dwelling. C variance is for exceeding maximum lot coverage, excessive lighting at property line. Preliminary and final site plan approval is required. This application was approved on January 25th, 2018. The applicant is requesting an extension. An extension was previously approved on October 10th, 2019. And this extension request was adjourned from the February 20th hearing to this date.
who's counsel on this matter?
Miss Lisa Lomelo.
Is Miss Lamelo, could you raise your hand?
So for this application, they were gonna request an adjournment for their extension because they were gonna have conversations with board council.
I have not heard from council for this application.
Plata.
Were these discussions regarding their request for an extension?
Yes, they're setting up to have a conversation regarding the tolling of the time from my understanding.
Yep. Well, we're either gonna reach out to see if we can contact Miss Lamello, or we'll carry this.
Mr. Chair, I'll try and reach out to her.
Do you have her number?
I do not. I was
Ms.
just,
Bonilla, can you give council, do you have that number you can share with council?
I have her office number, yes.
Okay, we'll give it a try. If you can get her, fine. If not, we'll carry this. If there's a problem with the tolling, I guess we'll have to hear from both council regarding that. We may have to. Ms. Mayor, are we expecting additional board members this evening?
We are not.
Excuse me?
We are not.
Okay, let's proceed.
The time is now 6:38 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 23 17, located at 619 623 and 625 627 North 8th Street, block 660, lots 43 and 45 in the North Ward. The applicant is Arpo Antonio Agnello. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes, in addition to an existing single-family detached dwelling and deli, and a warehouse building to be used as a 4-story mixed-use building with 9 residential units. Applicant is seeking a D2 variance for expansion of existing non-conforming use and C variances for exceeding maximum number of driveways, exceeding maximum driveway width times 2, exceeding maximum impervious lot coverage, exceeding maximum lot coverage by building, insufficient rear yard setback, insufficient side yard setback, insufficient front and non-street facing building facade transparency, insufficient on-site trees, and to permit parking in front of structure. Site plan approval is required.
Could everyone on the applicant's team on this matter, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I'd ask you to do so now. So we can bring you in. Okay, and while that's being done, this is ZBA 23 17, 619, 623, and 625 to 627 North 8th Street. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's surrounded primarily by 2.5 and 3-story detached dwellings, fronting on the eastern and western side of North 8th Street. The total site area is approximately 16,787 and 1/2 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of low-rise, multifamily dwelling and detached dwellings. Are there any objectors on this matter? If you're an objector to this matter, please identify yourself by raising your hand. I ask you to do so now, please. You see one raised hand. Bear with me one moment, please. Just for this delay. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Paul Gower, attorney. I'm appearing for Anna Marie Stelmack, who is a neighbor within the 200 feet.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you for that, counsel. I was asking for counsel, your counsel for an objector. Is that correct,
I
counsel?
am, yes.
Great.
Oh, I see. I
I'm
stepped.
glad. No, you're very eager. That's good. May I
I
have
thought I was
counsel?
fired. I thought I was replaced, but anyways.
Well, that it wouldn't be the first time that's happened, right? That's happened to all of us. Hopefully not tonight, though. Counsel for the applicant.
And good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pog on behalf of the applicant, Hercule Antonio Agnello. Again, it is a pleasure to present this application. So this application, my client, Hercule Antonio Agnello, has been operating what was formerly the Caruso Deli Grocery, Caruso Food Distributors, family-owned business that's well known in the Newark community for over 80 years and has been operating same as Brick City Foods for the last 13 years. As Madam Secretary indicated, and in your report, the site exceeds 16,000 square feet and are identified as 619, 623, 625-627 North 8th Street, and comprised of two lots, blocks 660, lots 43 and 45, and they are located in the R3 zone. As mentioned, the property currently has an existing deli warehouse that's operated by my client, as well as a residential property that my client resides in. The site is important to note that it is located within 1,200 square feet of a light rail station, and we'll discuss that a little further. I know there was a reference to a parking variance. However, we'll be presenting testimony tonight that we are within 1,200 square feet and 1,200 feet rather, and we do not need a parking variance. Just briefly, we are proposing to construct an addition to the rear and side of the property to be used as a 4-story mixed-use building with 9 residential units with the deli and the warehouse expanded. You'll hear tonight throughout our testimony from the operator that the need to expand is for efficiency. We have a property or building that is more than 80 years old. Some of the portion of the property we'll hear is mostly for back office. The need is really to meet the demands of the customers and to make a more modern business. And we will be addressing the mixed use component of having a residential use on the property. As indicated, we are seeking a D2 variance as well as preliminary and final site plan and ancillary variances, C variances, as well as design waivers that we'll be discussing in our testimony. Notice were provided pursuant to the municipal land use law, provided a sign on the property, and notices were provided to those property owners within 200 feet of the property. Before I begin the presentation tonight, I am in receipt of a number of reports. I am in receipt of the planner's report dated March 6, 2025, and we can agree to comply with condition of approval. Mr. Hazel asked us to elicit testimony with respect to the operation. And I do know that there was a reference to a parking variance, but we'll prepare to discuss that further in our presentation tonight. But we can comply as condition of approval, and we'll be addressing those comments in the report. I'm also in receipt of a memorandum from Department of Engineering. That memorandum is dated March 7th, 2025. We can comply with condition of approval. I do want to highlight a few numbers that we will be seeking waivers, and that's respect to section or paragraph 5, 14, 15, and 16. There are design waivers that we're seeking. That's also referenced in the planner's report. And respect to number 9 pertaining to the stormwater management, the applicant will agree to work with Department of Engineering to provide a compliant stormwater report. And our engineer will be discussing that further. And last but not least, I'm in receipt of the water and sewer memorandum received today. And the applicant will be willing to work with the Department of Water and Sewer in order to discuss those conditions of approval. So at this time, I would like to bring forward my first witness, and that's Ercole Antonio Agnello.
Mr. Agnello. Where I don't see Mr. Agnello.
Yes, Mr. Agnello, can you turn on your screen and unmute yourself, please?
Here I am, Chairman.
Oh, there he
Mr.
is.
Agnello, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please state your name, give us your address and your relationship to this application, please.
My name is Ercole Antonio Agnello. I live on the property 625 North 8th Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you. Mr. Agnello, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so that everyone can hear you and we get you your voice properly recorded.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Agnello, you indicated that you reside at 619. Where do you
Yeah.
reside?
Yes,
Okay. And are you the current owner of Brick City Foods?
yes.
Okay, and how long have you been the owner of that property?
Since we closed on the property March 13, 2013.
Okay. And just describe briefly, I've indicated in my opening that the property was formerly the Caruso Deli and Grocery, is that correct?
Yes,
Can you just give a little history of that operation?
yes. The property has been a deli market since probably before 1944. And I acquired the property from the Caruso family.
And that was a family-owned owned and operated business?
Yes, for 4 generations.
Okay, I'm having a little difficulty. I don't know if it's the volume, but I'm having just a little difficulty hearing you. But what items do you sell?
I sell regular general foods, frozen goods.
Okay. What when you say frozen foods, do you sell cater to just Italian Americans? What kind of foods do you sell?
Well, right now, because we are limited with the operations here, I am only doing business with frozen dough to make empanadas, ravioli, fettuccine gnocchi, and that type of frozen goods.
And let's describe your day-to-day operations. Like, where do you typically store your items?
At the moment, mainly we we store at a different location because right here, we want to improve the facility. So we only have some dry foods here in the back of the house, like dulce de leche, herbal tea, coffee, and that type of thing.
Okay, but before you close, in anticipation, if the board granted this approval, how just describe your operations. Is there a storage facility? Is there a back of the house?
There's a front of the house, which was a deli with deli cases, and there are refrigerated boxes, that at one time that was the main core of the business, you know, but because of the renovation that we intend, we are not, you know, using the store as much open to the public. Basically, you know, we are taking the goods to our customers.
Right, so your operations right now is limited, is that correct? That's
Yes,
your
yes,
testimony?
that is
Okay.
exactly right.
I mentioned before, but if you can just expand, like who are your customer base? So,
My customer base, basically, they're gonna be local here in the neighborhood. And also, we do some caterings to their home.
do you deliver any goods?
Yeah, if the customers call for delivery, we will accommodate that.
Okay, so but do you deliver to supermarkets?
No,
Do any customers typically pick up from your site?
yes, the customers that they fabricate empanadas, they come here and they buy by the case the empanadas, and they take it and they produce it at their own facility. Then again, the reason is because we need to upgrade the store and bring it up to a more modern facility so that we can restore the business that they were doing prior.
Now, you're not operating a food distribution, is that correct? You're not that is not this
No, I am not.
business? It's the deli and the warehouse that you have to store your items?
Basically, yes.
Okay. What are your proposed hours of operation?
The proposed hours of operations are 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at night.
Okay, and is that will be done in shifts or is that,
That's gonna be in shifts,
and
like 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
how many employees do you currently have?
Right now, we have 3 employees.
Okay, and if this board would approve the application, do you anticipate having more employees?
Yes, I would bring a total of 10.
And is that the intention that, like, where would you get your employees? Are you hiring locally or?
I would hire locally. I know a few people here in the neighborhood that are interested in working with me.
You mentioned before that you have a limited operation in the back of you and your storage area, is that correct?
Yes, by the building being old, it's kind of difficult to have, you know, a good flow of work to, you know, receive the merchandise and distribute it to the store. You know, that's why we want to expand in the back so that we can receive on one end and feed the store from the other end. That's why we are asking to expand a little bit
Is
the
it fair
back of
to
the house.
say that if the board was willing to grant this application, that you believe the addition or the expansion will increase the efficiency of how you operate your business or the deli?
Yes, yes.
Give us an idea of how you handle your deliveries. You mentioned that you don't deliver to the stores, you do a catering business. How often do you typically deliver items? Describe that to us.
Like, you know, I get orders on the phone, and I take the goods to the customers. Like Monday and Tuesday I get orders, and Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday I deliver.
What are you delivering those in vans or a truck? What type of vehicle do you have?
You know, yes, I have a Nissan van and a small 12-foot GMC truck that I use, refrigerated van, to do that.
So that addresses your delivery for your catering system. Now, you do have deliveries to the deli and the warehouse, is that correct?
Yes, we intend to receive, once we remodel, we intend to receive on Mondays and Tuesdays from 9 a.m. to 12 o'clock, and they will bring the goods here. There will be no loading and unloading on the street. The design calls for whoever brings the delivery to back up to the receiving area and unload. And when that is done, we will they can drive forward, and we will flag the trucks to come out of the parking and go to the street.
Okay, just want to back up a little. So you've mentioned that that's future in order for your delivery. Prior to you limiting the operation of the business, were you obtaining or getting deliveries on a more frequent basis? Like, were
Yes.
you getting
yes,
deliveries on a daily
yes.
basis or 4 or 5 times a week?
Yes, but in other words, with this new modernization and the new design, we will have less deliveries because we will have more space to allocate the goods in the back of the house.
Okay, so is it fair to say you're saying because you didn't have the space, you were required to have deliveries more often on a daily basis? Is that correct?
Yes.
And what would you mentioned loading and unloading, and we'll have our civil engineer architect show those spaces. But are you loading on the street or are you loading in a driveway area?
We have allocated driveways to do that on premises. We are not doing it in the street.
Okay. And were these deliveries coming from other locations and dropping off, or they're coming directly to you? The trucks, not your catering, but deliveries to the store.
Well, sometimes we can go and pick up goods in our own truck, and sometimes they deliver to us. Some vendors that have the goods that we need, they bring it to us.
You mentioned that you're utilizing the driveway, and our engineer will discuss that we are having multiple driveways on this property. Why multiple driveways when you ask our professionals to design the site? Why do you need multiple driveways?
The reason is because because we are redesigning the parking lot, we want to keep the patrons to the store and the tenants of the building separate from where we do our loading and unloading of the goods.
And
it
those
shows in the
drive
design, the way we intend to do that.
and those drivers are separate that from the residential parking lot, is that correct? The
Correct, yes.
driveways?
Yes, correct.
Again, I'll have more from a technical standpoint, our professionals discuss that. If the board grants this application, discuss like waste management. Will there be a separate waste management area for your warehouse, grocery store, as opposed to the residential?
Yes, we have created 2 different areas. One houses the recycle bins for the store, and the other is strictly to do the recycle for the apartment units, separate.
And is there a private hauler for that, for the garbage?
Yes, we are calculating that twice a week they are going to come here, and we will bring the bins to the street, and they'll collect the recycled, and they will, dispose of the recycled in a sanitary, which requires the code that the private company will, do that service for us.
I want to shift gears a little bit. We've discussed that not only this application includes your expansion of your existing business, the warehouse and the deli, but you also incorporating 9 units as part of this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Will one of those, will you live there at this property?
Yes, I will occupy one of the units.
Okay, will also your superintendent occupy one of those units? Is it
Yes,
intended to have like a super?
Yes, yeah, for the business, for the building management, yes.
Okay. And why do you want to have residential as a mixed-use project as opposed to keeping your home there and your business?
Well, the neighborhood is in need for more modern apartment units that they don't use as much electricity, water, and gas. Some of the homes around the area are older homes, and they consume a lot of, to keep them running. The utilities are very high,
Have you ever been approached by anyone in the area asking for, the need for a
Yes,
room
yes.
or an apartment?
Constantly, I know people in the neighborhood that they ask me, when are we gonna start? When are we gonna have the apartments finished? They want to move in, It's like there is a need for the store and the residential units.
Now, you're a business owner, but you also serve a role as far as the community is concerned. Can you talk about that? Are you on like a business or residential home association or block association of some sort? Can you discuss that?
Yes, there is a community association with the police department precinct 7, with Captain Jarocho and Lieutenant Gloria Caballero. We hold two monthly meetings, and one is for community residential people, you know, that live here, and the other meeting is a business for business owners. I have many times participated in those meetings, and I have also let the people that participate know that about this project. So, you know, everybody that I have spoken to, they have always been eager for us to complete the project.
You've discussed both the mixed use, the business, as well as the residential component.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Also, I just want to say that there is a residence here and there is a business here for over 80 years. You know, so basically we are improving it, expanding it to bring a better product to the neighborhood.
Anything further from this witness, Ms. Moore?
I just have one more question, and
Thank you.
would the deli be open during construction?
No, we actually, also I want to mention, Chair, that post-pandemic, we have had a decrease in business because of, everybody knows the COVID pandemic was a major issue. So basically now what our intentions is to get the project approved and go forward with the construction, and we don't intend to keep it open while we, you know, we are doing construction.
I have no further question at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett Cross? You have any cross?
No, I don't have any cross.
Thank you. Are there questions for this witness from the board? Questions from the board for this witness? Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you. This property that you're building and doing is behind the Brick City Foods. It's behind it.
Yes.
Have you started work already?
Well, we started some work with permits, and then the project kept evolving. So we are not doing any work currently until we get approval to do the rest of the work that we need to do.
So you started work with permits.
Yes.
And now you're here.
Yes, because
strange.
The project evolved to be, it changed. So we decided, you know, to hire the team and to present, you know, a complete project.
So the project changed. It wasn't because you got caught doing the project without proper zoning or without proper permits that put you here. You're saying that you had proper permits to start the project, and then there was a change in your general contractor is what brought you here.
Absolutely, yes.
So a change in a general contractor brought you here, but not the previous contractor.
Correct, not the previous contract.
But I just want to say there was a change in the scope of the project. Originally, we filed something different and then we modified the project. So I just want to clarify that the number of units increased from what we originally, it was a modified application.
Were you involved in that original application?
I was. We probably filed this about 3 or 4 years ago.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank
No
you.
further questions, Mr. Chair.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Agnello, how many employees did you say you were looking to have? Did you say 10?
Yes, yes,
10.
Mr. Chair.
10 employees. How many did you have before?
Well, before the pandemic, I had about 6 to 8 people working with me, some part-time, some full-time.
Okay.
And
So-
now it's just me, my wife, and one more person.
So if you get to do this, you're gonna double your employee size then, just about, right?
Yeah, because,
From
you
what
know,
it used to be, correct?
yes,
And you said you had two trucks for the business, a van and a 12-foot refrigerated truck, correct?
yes, correct.
How many, there's one apartment at this site now?
There's a single family home, a
Single family,
two-story single family home.
okay, 2 stories.
Yes,
And this would be a 4-story, right?
yes, it will be integrated into the project. It could be explained in the design.
And when you bought this, is it fair to say it was like just you know, small neighborhood convenience store like?
No, because the Caruso family run the business for many, many years here. And
Small deli?
they had prepared foods, they had a deli, they had bakery goods,
Okay. Okay,
they had frozen goods, and they were very big with produce.
thank you. Any further questions from the board for this applicant? Are there questions from the public for this applicant? If so, please identify yourselves by raising the hand using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the computer screen. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
I just want to clarify on one of the question that Mr. Agnello, you indicate 10 employees, but you're having shifts, so it would be 5 per shift, and then, because you mentioned that you're doing shifts, is that correct? So it's not 10
Yes.
employees in the store at the same time, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. What are the shifts, Mr. Agnello?
6 to 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. I mean, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
And that's how many days a week?
That will be Monday to Saturday, and we have a short day on Sunday.
Monday to Saturday. What's the short day?
I believe it's 9 to 5 Sunday.
9 to 5 is short day for a business owner. Only for a business owner. Council,
So at this time, I'd like to call our civil engineer, Brian Grant.
Mr. Grant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You're muted, Mr. Grant.
Brian, do you need to share?
It's a sad day when the engineer can't get the makes the architects feel good about themselves.
You want to bring in Joe? I think Madam Secretary, if you can bring in Mr. Chinnery, I think he might help Mr. Grant with sharing his screen. Joe Chinnery, he's in the attendees.
He's unable. I can also share the site plan.
I didn't hear that, yeah.
If Mr. Chinnery is unable, I can also
Okay.
share the
Can
site.
we, Brian, is your volume working? Because we can't hear you.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we got to you. Great.
Okay, I apologize. I just switched to my phone. My apologies. Apparently my
No worries.
mic on the computer is acting up. My apologies.
So as I said,
I can
you-
share my screen
Mr.
now,
Grant?
Ms. Mahia.
Yep, Mr. Grant, I did swear you in. We couldn't hear you, but Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please.
Grant, I'm principal with Grant Engineering. We are located at 211 Warren Street in Newark, and we are the site civil engineer for the applicant.
Thank you. And can we get Mr. Grant's drawings up? There we. Oh. They were here, but now they're gone.
Can you see my screen, Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Is that the sheet you want up, Mr. Grant?
Yes, sir.
Could you make it bigger, please? Okay. Council.
And Brian, Mr. Grant, can you walk us through the site? I see that you're sharing an exhibit, your site plan exhibit. If we can have this marked as A1, it is a colored site plan prepared by Grant Engineering.
Was this not provided to us? Ms.
It's just a colored version, so it was
Okay.
provided just in a colorized version.
Okay. You'll get us a copy at your earliest.
Yes, I will.
Let's mark this A1. How many pages is this, Mr. Grant?
Just one piece, Mr. Chairman.
A1, a colorized version of the engineering drawings, one page. Council?
So, Mr. Grant, you heard Ms. Agnello walk through the operations. If you can just give us walk us through the site of the existing conditions of this property.
Yes. So we have a site that's 16,787 square feet. It consists of the existing deli, as Mr. Agnello testified, along with 1 2.5 story single family residence. The applicant is proposing to expand the existing building footprint by 4,153 feet from approximately 8,536 feet to roughly about 12,500 feet. So what we have here, just for clarity, is we've shown bordered by green the areas where the building will be expanded. Area 1 is roughly 2,543 feet. Area 2 that will house a 2-car tandem garage, indoor garage, is 635 square feet. And Area 3, which will be the new entrance to the building, much more modern, much more aesthetically pleasing entrance to the building, will be a 1,005 square feet. The site itself, it's what's not covered by building is covered by pavement. So we're just simply modifying the ground cover, removing some of the pavement, adding buildings, and doing some stormwater management on the site. In essence, what we have, looking at the site dimensional plan, that's included in the site plan set. This is just a colored version of it. What we're proposing is a full site regrading, roughly 4,000. I apologize. I am next to an airport and there's literally a jet flying over. So we have 3 driveways, which existing driveways, we're delineating the driveways, improving the entire front of the site with new sidewalks, new driveway aprons. Every driveway will now have a trench drain, which will collect the stormwater runoff on the driveway and route it into an on-site detention system with an overflow into the street. So rather than the water currently just draining onto the street and adversely impacting the drainage system, we have designed some stormwater percolation for the site improvements. And for the roof improvements, what we're currently proposing is a 6,600 cubic foot vault in the north, in the back left corner of the building that will store the roof runoff. And the intent is to really have beneficial reuse of that runoff and utilize it for things like the restrooms, such as toilets and all that stuff, to minimize the use of potable water for the subject development. So this is a new concept. It's a beneficial reuse concept that's how we're proposing to utilize much of the roof runoff from the existing roof areas as well as from the proposed roof areas. With respect to the parking and the driveway circulation, Mr. Agnello testified to separating the unloading from the loading operations. So if we look at the site plan here, you see to the left of the screen, we are proposing, we have a loading area that will be used for either unloading or loading. The actual sequencing will be decided by Mr. Agnello. And then on the right of the screen here with the arrow, we have, again, a separate driveway that will facilitate simultaneous, unloading without blocking impeding the loading operations. And what it does, it reuses the existing 3 driveway setup of the site. We're not proposing any additional driveways for the site. What we have done is separate that central driveway. We further defined it, and we've separated it. In the center, we have a 22-foot curb cut at the bottom of the page right here. And this middle driveway exclusively serves the on-site parking. So we provided a total of 8 on-site parking spaces, actually 9. We have 2 tandem spaces in here. We count these 2 tandem spaces in the garage as 1 space. And then we have 7 surface parking spaces. Of that 7, it includes ADA space, a van accessible ADA space, and we have 2 electric vehicle ready spaces that we are providing as those 7 spaces. And finally, we have a car share space that we're providing. And this is something that doesn't currently exist on the lot. There's parking wherever it is. So the clear distinction between parking reserved for residential and commercial customers and the loading unloading, we reinforce that separation between those conflicting operations.
So
with respect to, yeah, I'm sorry.
I just
Go ahead.
want to respect to the driveway. So we are asking for some design waivers on those driveways in terms of number of driveways as well as the width of that driveway. And you indicated that there is a separation. Have we discussed with the applicant provided any mechanism or devices for any safety measures such as an alert or anything else? Can you discuss that?
Yeah, so what you see on the screen is that we've added stop control at each driveway. We provided, the board engineer has mentioned further restrictions in terms of no right turn only. So we will agree to that as a condition of approval if the application is approved. So those controls will be implemented if the application is approved.
Okay, you can continue, Mr. Grant.
Okay, thank you. So we have the 3 driveways. We provided 3 shade trees. The intent is to work with the arborist, properly select the shade tree. We stipulated a species, however, we will work with the arborist to balance the engineer's concern of site triangles as well as our desire to have shade trees on street. Right now, the block has 1 shade tree on the street, so we're literally increasing the number of shade trees by 300% from 1 to 4. The board engineer's concern was having a shade tree that eventually grows to a massive trunk. So we will work with the arborist for 2 things: identifying a species with the maximum trunk size, roughly 12 to 15 inches, and then also making sure that the trees are maintained, that the lowest branch is no less than 7 feet above grade to maintain that site triangle, rather than trying to get rid of the trees altogether. That's something that we don't want. With respect to the on-site trees, Unfortunately, we weren't able to accommodate that. So what we have done, what we are asking the board is for relief on that, and we will agree to paying to the fund for the 5 on-site shade trees that the on-site trees that we require. Plus, we are short 1 street tree, so 5 + 1. So we are deficient 6 trees. So we will agree to paying to the fund as a condition of approval. With respect to utilities, again, it's a simple site. It borders on 8th Street. So we have electric telephone coming from a new pole located, as you see in red on your screen. We have, we're proposing a new 6-inch storm sewer that you see right here. And we're also, in blue, we have, as I've said before, new trench drains connected to an underground seepage pit that overflows into the city's sewers, onto the city's street. The water and sewer memo does mention the possibility of installing a new roughly 250-foot storm sewer line. We will get a condition of approval to discuss that with the water sewer. It's cost prohibitive, so we are hoping to come to some sort of agreement. So we would agree at a condition of approval to have that discussion, as opposed to spending $300,000, if not more, to install 280 foot of a storm sewer just to serve one development when no storm sewer exists on the street. So we would agree to that as a condition of approval. Finally, with respect to utilities, we're proposing a new 4-inch fire line, as well as a new 4-inch domestic water line for the utilities. The water and sewer department had also asked that we upgrade the existing 6-inch water main on the street to a 12-inch water main. Again, the 6-inch water main is no longer meets the requirements of the water and sewer department. And as a condition of approval, we will agree to do that because we need the water pressure and capacity to service the development. Finally, one of the item number 3 in the water and sewer memo has requested that we add a manhole for the sewer lateral connection, and we will agree as a condition of approval to do that. The remaining conditions outlined in the water and sewer memo we have no issues with. We will agree to comply with those. With respect to lighting, I just switched to the site plan that was submitted, and we're providing all wall mounted lighting, as you can see along the front of the building. So we do have 5 lights that of a particular type A, and then we have another type of wall-mounted lighting as type B, and every light illuminates the respective driveways and the parking areas. We are requesting one design waiver. We do a very detailed lighting plan, and one of the light levels directly under this particular light exceeds the 2.5 foot candle. It's 3.4 foot candles. So we are asking for a waiver on that one. The board engineer has indicated he has no problem with us, with the board granting the waiver if the board is so inclined. So that's the proposed plan from a site perspective in a nutshell with respect to stormwater, with respect to utilities, lighting and landscaping, and with respect to how much additional building footprint we're adding. And again, we're simply taking that away from pavement. We're not reducing any pervious cover or anything like that. We're simply just exchanging asphalt for building footprint. If I can move into the board engineer's letter. The board engineer does have some items that he would like us to provide testimony on. So, we will do so. If I can just get down to the items. Starting with item 3, Roman numeral 15, he asked us to provide testimony as to whether or not any easements currently exist. We're not aware of any easements on lot 43. None are reflected on the survey, and consequently, none are reflected on our site plan. So that addresses that comment, that request. There's another request for us to ask who owns the retaining walls on the property. We have a retaining wall that separates us from, I think it's lot 45, and it's our retaining wall. It's certainly our intent to coordinate with the adjacent property owner. And when we reconstruct the site, we will install the appropriate curb and or retaining wall to provide that separation and to also protect the existing neighbor of the applicant.
Council?
I
No,
believe
I'm still kind of.
there are a couple of comments. I know,
okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there's
Mr.
some-
Trafficante is going to ask just for respect to the
Yeah.
testimony. Just want to provide that, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, hope springs eternal. Go right ahead, Mr. Grant.
So item Roman numeral 5 of section 4 regarding demolition. Standard comments where Mr. Trafficante asked us to provide who owns the retaining wall. Again, we don't have any record of easements, and we will coordinate with our neighbor to safely remove that wall so that construction can proceed. Number 4.5 says he's asked us to provide testimony on adjacent structures. Again, it's an urban environment. We will safely excavate for our foundation and avoid any impact to the neighboring structures. So that's a standard practice that's required. Finally, the existing single-family residence where Mr. Agnello resides has stairs that protrude into the public right-of-way. Part of this redesign and property improvement remove those encroachments and really shifts the entrance to the side of the property. There's some additional items, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Trafficante has asked us to provide testimony on.
and those additional items that you referenced, as far as that lighting waiver and the design waivers for the driveway, respect to the number and size, that's referenced in the report. We're asking for relief on that.
Yes. So we're asking for relief on the driveway width that are referenced in items 14, 15, 16 of section 5 with respect to the driveway width. As I've testified to before, Mr. Chairman, we are improving the entire frontage of the property. We are reinforcing the driveways, and we are adding some street trees along that frontage where none currently exist. With respect to the planner's report, as it relates to the site civil component, the building, we're asking for a variance on the lot coverage of just a de minimis variance of roughly 1% for lot coverage by building. The impervious cover, as I've stated before, has not changed. We're just simply exchanging asphalt for building. We're also requesting, Mr. Hazel also speaks to the driveway width and location. So we're requesting the relevant waivers, the respective waivers on the driveway locations, which was previously identified in the board engineer's memo. And that's what we have, and that's my response to both the proposed improvements as well as the board engineer's letter, and that concludes my testimony.
Council.
Nothing further, Mr. Grant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Trafficante. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and title for the record.
My name is Charles Trafficante. I am a principal engineer. I work for the city of Newark, Department of Engineering. I am also a professional engineer licensed with the State Board of Land Surveyors and Professional Engineers. My license is active and in good standing. Mr. Grant, in the engineering department's report to the zoning board dated March 7th, there was a requirement for parking lot shade trees. I don't know, in your testimony regarding on-site trees, if you're proposing to either plant those parking lot trees, or are they part of the, I guess, was it 5 or 6 trees you look at the tree bank?
I think the
Yeah,
testimony was he is not providing any. Isn't that correct, Mr. Grant?
That's correct, sir.
All right, well, again, question to be had is, all right, if it turns out no parking variance is required, you really don't need all 7 parking spaces. What's to stop your client from changing one of those spaces into a landscaping to give at least 1, maybe 2 trees, depending on the total number of parking lot spaces that you end up providing?
Well, we would like to accommodate the resident some options for both the residential and the retail customers, Mr. Trafficante.
All right, I just thought, all right. Otherwise, you can comply with all the other comments in the engineer's report. For the record, I have to ask, you can comply with all the other comments except those stated by your attorney in the engineer's report to the board dated March 7th.
Yeah, with the exception of what we've requested waivers on, and we will work with you on the stormwater management system design. We will comply with the remaining comments.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the engineer? Any questions from the board for Mr. Grant? Mr. Garrett, do you have any cross for Mr. Grant?
Just a couple questions. What is actually required under the ordinance for a number of parking spaces for 9 residential units?
Yeah, so
If you know, Mr.
none
Grant.
is required. Yeah, none is required, Mr. Affront, because we're within 1,200 feet of a light rail. So the answer is none is required for residential and 0 is required for retail. So whereas we're providing 8 parking spaces.
All right. Aside from the exception that's allowed because of the light rail, what would normally be required for 9 residential units?
What is normal?
Well, this is normal because we're within 1,200 feet. So if we weren't within 1,200 feet, then that's a different scenario.
What would that scenario be, Mr. Grant, if you know?
We have on our zoning table that 23 spaces would have been required, but again, that's outside of that 1,200-foot radius.
Again, to Mr. Garrett, we do have our traffic consultant that will be addressing the parking.
Understood. Mr. Garrett, any other questions?
You have a traffic. The
Yes,
applicant
we
has
have a traffic and a
advisor?
planner.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for the engineer, Mr. Grant?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for the engineer from the board? Questions for the engineer from the board? Mr. Grant, you said the stormwater is something you want to discuss with the city engineer and the water and sewer department. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
And the reason is because they are requesting something that you suggested is very expensive, and I guess you believe there is another way, or what they are requesting is not needed. Is that fair to say?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as that, Mr. Chairman. I would. We only received the letter this afternoon, so we really need to sit down and discuss a technical solution to this that satisfies both parties.
So you don't agree what they have suggested in that letter? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it is a concern to install 280 feet of storm sewer on the street.
So you don't
one
agree, is that
development
correct,
when none
Mr.
has
Grant?
existed.
Mr. Grant?
We think we can work with it.
Okay,
Yeah.
what if you can't agree with them, Mr. Grant?
Then we would need to return to the board, sir.
Okay, thank you. Council, any further questions for the engineer? Council?
At this time, I'd like to call I do want to just follow up with Mr. Grant respect to that stormwater. So it's not just a matter of the costs with the engineering report. There is a concern on the definition of whether or not we meet that. Is that correct? We're talking about number 9 on the stormwater management.
Yes, so we will work with the engineer. And what Miss Moyes alluded to, Mr. Font, is whether or not it needs a definition of major development. I have spoken with Mr. Traficante, and we will resolve the issue with him.
Thank you. Understood. Counsel?
Thank you. So my next witness will be our architect, Christopher Doherty.
Ms. Doherty, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and your relationship to this application, please.
Okay, my name is Christopher. Last name is Dougherty, Dougherty. I reside at 1 Iron Forge Square, Unit 25 in Pompton Lakes, New Jersey, 07442. I was retained by Mr. Agnello to do design work and also project development on this project some years back as it was going through its various iterations, ending up to
Mr.
where it's
Doherty,
now.
I just want to, can you just state your education and what licenses, if any, you hold?
I'm a graduate of the New Jersey Institute of Technology. I have been a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey now for about 28 years and have provided representation for applications before a number of boards in the state.
And is your
Well, welcome home, Mr. Doherty, NJIT grad. Have you ever appeared before this board?
I have not, no.
Well, you're now appearing before the biggest city board in the state of New Jersey. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome home. We'll accept Mr. Doherty as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
So, Mr. Doherty, you indicated that you were retained by Mr. Agnello respect to this for the design architectural feature. If you can share your screen, and you may also need assistance with sharing your screen, just kind of walk us through the architectural components of this project.
Okay, I'm having some computer issues, so I'm going to be just in need of the various exhibits that we agreed to. Yes, these are the basically the zoning and contract documents associated with the project. Initially, Mr. Agnello had asked me to do some design work on his store, and then from there also on his residence. As time went on, he decided to do a full-scale development to the site, which basically winds up being the product that you see right now. And if we could just move along here. The project, as has been previously noted, has
Could you make
developed
this larger, please?
Sure, Chris, where would you like me to zoom? Just tell me where you want me to zoom into. You want to go?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of drawings are simply representing demolition and removal of the portions of the building that were in fact going to be demolished in order to facilitate the new program. If you could just move down to the proposed first floor plan. Now, this basically represents the work that's going to be done on the ground floor. As everybody can see, there are two portions to the project. On the upper level in blue and dark blue, basically will be the commercial areas that will be used by Mr. Agnello for the running of his business, including some warehouse space and also some store space for walk-in customers. In the middle of the drawing there is basically just close to the parking lot there. You can see an entryway. This entryway will basically have two functions. One, it will be the walk-through for people to actually get to the store. And if you move to the right, that will move to the set of stairs, which will move to the second floor and third floor apartments that will be developed on top of the warehouse and store space. In the, I'm going to use the word reddish hue, there is a ground floor apartment that had been previously used by Mr. Agnello and his wife for their residence and is now being modified into a garage space with a first floor apartment. And this will be a two-story apartment with a bathroom and some living space and kind of a unified concept. All right, we can move to the second floor unless anybody has questions about the first floor plan. Okay, second floor, as you can see, there are two sets of stairs. One that had been part of the original house, which now go upstairs. They are accessible off of the street to the apartment up on that side. All right, and we have here two units. Okay, and these units have are each 2-bedroom units. A 3-bedroom unit. I'm sorry, this is a 3-bedroom unit. Okay, and that's part of the varied ways that we are approaching the new residential spaces there. There'll be 2 3-bedroom units, 1 2-bedroom unit, and 6 single-bedroom units for a total of 9. On the right-hand side, you see the set of stairs that will come up from the first floor, okay, over the store space. And there will be the single bedroom units, total of 3 of them. And then in the back, you'll see areas that are still associated, as Mr. Agnello is looking for 2 stories worth of space, as well as a conference room in the back area, and maintenance and residential offices associated with the residential side. And then let's go to the third floor. Okay, and then by the time you get to the top space, again, we are going with the 3-bedroom unit as well as the 3 single-bedroom units, okay, that are associated. The circulation stays the same, one through the one side on the left from where the original house was, the other that will come up on the right-hand side, again, continuing up from the first floor where the store space is. And again, we have recreation space in the back. We have a maintenance office in the back. And then from there, we can proceed to the roof plan. Now here, what Mr. Agnello was looking for was a way to simply make use of the roof as a recreation area, as well as having some room space enclosed, which is the structure, the vertical structure that you see in the back area there. There's an office as well as a break room, but outside there will be some seating as well as some planting. It's a way basically to stylizing the area and also making use of space that might otherwise just simply be ignored. And that really encapsulates what Mr. Agnello was looking to do. We do have some
Before you get to that, I just want to kind of go back before you show the rendering. So can you just, what you indicated that we have 6 1s, 2 3s, and 1 2. Can you just kind of give us a breakdown of the average room sizes, square footage, respect to the single family and the other units?
Okay, we'd have to go back to the front sheet on that to see the actual breakdowns. Okay. Okay, as you can see there on the left-hand side, this indicates what the square footages are going to be. Okay, first floor has 2 bedrooms, is a little over 1,100 square feet. Then we have a 3-bedroom up on the second floor that's going to be close to 1,700 square feet. And for the third floor, again, single-family residential there. On the second floor, there's 3 of them. One of them is 770, one is 750, the other is 850. So they're roughly in the same size. Then when you get to the third floor, we are matching the square footage of the second floor for the 3-bedroom unit, and then 3 singles also matching the square footage for the second floor unit.
And will each unit have their own independent laundry facilities?
I believe that they will, yes.
Just confirm that they do. So just leave it as on the plans. I do see them, but I just want to confirm on the record that we do have independent laundry facilities.
Yes, they will be that way. Apologies for any misdirection there.
And respect to Mr. Agnello mentioned in his testimony, respect to the waste disposal, that they are both recycled and separate waste management for the deli warehouse and the residential units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. I think you were going to show the rendering. On that rooftop, there are solar panels on top of that
Yes,
rooftop? Okay.
yes.
Okay. You can continue, sorry.
Okay, yeah, there are renderings that have been prepared in order to give the members of the board a better idea conceptually what this is going to look like. And we have them in the set somewhere, so.
Which one would you like to start with? The first one,
Okay,
the front?
let's start with the front rendering.
We
Again,
can have this marked as A2 consistent of one photo, and Chair and Madam Secretary will be providing all these exhibits marked to you, so.
okay, essentially there's just basically taking advantage in the front of the existing massing that is there, enlarging it only to develop the garage area on the first floor. The idea was not to exceed any particular excessive building height, but to stay around 3 stories plus the roof, and also to come as close as we possibly could to the transparency requirements for the city of Newark. And as you can see, the driveways basically are controlled basically with retaining walls on each side, particularly on the left side adjacent to the existing residences that are there. And we've already outlined what the delivery schedule is to be on this. We regard this really as something that is not going to negatively impact the neighborhood. The building is bright and light. We have, a color scheme here that's fairly consistent with some of the colors in that area to maintain a reasonable sort of new urban look without overwhelming or overpowering the surrounding buildings and neighborhood area, which, as noted, is largely residential. If we could go to the rooftop view, just to give you an idea. All
We
right.
can mark that as A3 consistent of one photograph, and that's the rooftop view.
And again, as you can see, hopefully clearly, there are solar panels up there in order to enable the control of the energy load for the building and the facility. And Mr. Agnello made it clear that he would like to see the roof used for gathering space by the residents and the like, and not just have a typical boring roof. I mean, I think he was very adverse to the idea of some of the stuff that I was proposing to finish it off, but we talked about this, and we also talked about planting around there to give an embracing look. And of course, all safety codes will be met in terms of railings and controls on the area as well too.
Can you just talk about that as far as now that we're seeing the roof, the sustainability elements that you're implementing?
Well, obviously, without getting too deep into that, it's a new age relative to sustainability. Mr. Agnello was looking for something that visibly, basically would engage people up on the roof, making them feel as though that they're in a somewhat more normal and neighborly way. He is obviously looking to reduce the energy loads. Plants do contribute to a sense of cooling in the area and absorb the sunlight appropriately. The panels will, of course, reduce any fossil fuel energy loads on the building itself, which with nine residential spaces and some warehouse and store area as well as offices will probably be pretty consistent, and any kind of support to that will be necessary in terms of any kind of upgraded technologies for sustainability. We will move obviously to come up with every effort that we possibly can to make this basically a 21st century space. Anything else you might?
Nothing on that, no, thanks.
Anything else, council?
There would be, we do have some additional rendering. I believe the next rendering would be showing the
Yeah, the ground floor.
residential, the ground floor commercial.
Mm-hmm.
If we can have that as marked as A4.
Okay, so we can see, looking down basically towards the front there, you see the entryway, which has the access space that moves into the store. Right there, yes. And then also there are some offices on the right-hand side that are going to be used. And then towards the back there, that was going to be, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be more like bathroom space and storage space for the store itself. And on the right-hand side, you see the doorway that takes you into the set of stairs that takes you to the second floor. And then maybe what we could do is with the second floor residential.
Just before you move on, just kind of emphasize this, because I believe our planner is going to talk about this. A lot of this space is more what we're calling backhand space for storage and not necessarily with the mercantile space. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, okay, so it's not the typical grocery store with a very large space. It's really more, as he indicated, for efficiency. And what do you have the square footage of what the total as far as the mercantile as opposed to the commercial space?
Again, I believe that would be on the first, yes, again, that's on the first page, which gives the breakdowns there.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have both the yeah.
Maybe it's over here.
Yes, right there. Okay. The market space, okay, so the existing is 7398. The new addition is 2,383. That brings everything up to 9,882 worth of the mercantile space. This would include all warehousing work, warehousing and storage.
Okay. All right. I believe you were discussing prior to my interrupting you with respect to just giving the board a brief overview of the second floor residential, showing that layout.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can have that marked as A5.
Okay, now as you can see on the right-hand side, you see the set of stairs working its way up into the corridor, which then moves into the units that are up there. In the back, they have a conference room and there's an office, and then up off on the left-hand side, you more or less see spaces that are associated with the warehouse down below. As we mentioned, that area is about 2 stories of additional space for the warehouse storage for Mr. Agnello's business.
And then A6, is that the third floor residential?
Yes, that is the third floor.
And what does that show?
Okay, again, it more or less matches the layout associated with the units down below, as well as what looks to be a break room and some additional second floor opening space to the bottom as well. And that set of stairs on the right-hand side, of course, continues up to the roof. There's a bulkhead up on the top of the roof there where the tenants can access out to the roof, the roof plan that we saw below.
Okay. And then the next one,
Now this elevation is if you are looking at the left-hand side or the elevation that's on the right, on the northern side of the building, looking south. As you can see towards the front of the elevation, you see residential space associated with the renovations for the original house. You see windows and the different type of siding and finishing off on that. Then as you move towards the back, that's where you see the warehouse space associated with Mr. Agnello's operation. In the corner there, obviously, you see the roll-up doors associated with deliveries coming into the store.
We have that marked as A7, and that's, I believe we're calling that the side elevation. And I want to talk about it because one of the comments in Mr. Hazel's report is to discuss the facade, the transparency of why we're unable to meet some of the levels of transparency. Can you discuss that?
This would be what, for the commercial area? The warehouse space in the back? Or
Well, we are seeking relief for a number of the front upper, the primary front, and the street facing. Are we able to increase, for instance, increase the front upper? I believe the requirement is 60 at 33.8. You are showing the commercial space right now for the warehouses, so to speak. In designing and not having any additional glazing or inability to increase that hazing, can you just discuss why we aren't able to do so? I do see some pull down gates and everything else. Can you just discuss that?
Well, they were largely driven by obviously room requirements and the like in terms of the amount of glazing goes. If it's specifically in reference to the warehouse section in the back, that would have to be studied. Okay, because obviously a lot of this area should be dark, well, not overly well lit because you are storing food goods and the like in there. And the warehouse space has to be pretty much secure and closed. I could certainly discuss with Mr. Agnello about the possibility of developing some window space there to improve the transparency. I think at this particular point, looking at the design for the front elevation, I believe that's all pretty much in order. And the side elevation that we have been looking for does satisfy the requirements for that type of glazing. So any changes that would have to be made would probably have to be made, back in the warehouse area.
So the testimony is to the extent possible, you may be willing to increase the glazing respect to, I guess that's side non-street facing for the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, what does that mean, council? Are you, is that gonna be done or is it not gonna be done?
I think we're still asking for the relief. Our planner will be discussing the justification why we believe that the glazing, but Mr. Doherty, if you can just highlight which portion you're referring to.
So there's no change then being suggested right now. Is that fair, council?
I want Mr. Doherty just to highlight which portions he indicated that we will try to increase the glazing.
Well, yeah, but council, if you're gonna increase, let's, please say you're gonna increase. If you're not going to, let's not say we were thinking about it. That's all.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, obviously the side area, the side elevation that we were previously looking at is not street side. It's adjacent to the residence in the back, on the left-hand side. The back area, the warehouse area, is basically overlooking their backyard. The front elevation, I believe, I forget what the actual percentage was. Might very well be. We could certainly explore adding some more glazing there, so that we will look at for sure. I believe the requirement is 40%, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Council.
Chair, we're asking for the variance. Our planner will testify. We're at 40. We're at 36.8. Our planner will be discussing the glazing based on the pictures that we are seeking the relief for the transparency.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gower, any cross?
A couple questions. Is 9 residential units, is that a permitted density on this property?
I can answer that we're not seeking density relief as this part of the application.
We're gonna have to swear you in, counsel. If you can answer, Mr. Doherty. If you know, if you don't know, that's fine. You can say that.
I do not know.
Mr. Gower?
So the view that you showed before facing to the north is a 4-story view for the neighbor immediately to the north.
I would say that story, I wouldn't call it 4 stories there. No. The
3.5?
building itself,
Let him finish, Mr.
okay,
Gower.
the building itself does not exceed a 3-story limit there. You've got more or less a delivery area. You have a delivery area there on the driveway that goes next to the residential area to the back. There's a 2-story, what really amounts to a 2-story plus storage area for Mr. Agnello's business. Okay. The actual residential area there in the front is 3 stories. So it would not be a 4-story tall construction back there.
Okay, so it's the single family residence immediately to the north is now looking at a 1-family residence to her south, but she's not. And after the development, if it's approved, it's going to be a 3-story structure instead, right?
Yes, I would say yes. Yes.
Okay, and then at the present there is a retaining wall, I guess you would call it, right on the edge of the property, which may actually encroach onto that neighbor who happens to be my client. Seems to be encroaching according to what the paperwork says.
I'm unaware of any encroachment in that area.
Okay, are you planning to tear that retaining wall down as part of this project?
Yes. Yeah, it would
Okay.
be. Yeah, it would be removed. Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions of this witness. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the architect from the board? Questions from the board for the architect? Commissioner Torres.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The question is, Mr. Agnello said that there's gonna be catering and there's gonna be cooking and all. Is there a kitchen in the warehouse that they're gonna be cooking for the catering?
Mr. Doherty?
I do not know. I believe there will be.
Is it in your plans, Mr. Doherty?
One moment, please. I'm sorry. Yes, it looks like there is. Well, there's the butcher shop in the back and the meat market. And then you have a deli area in the front.
So there will be a kitchen in the back with a stove?
No, there's meat market storage and a butcher shop back there. I think any kind of prepping will be in the front.
Mr. Doherty, the question was, is there gonna be on-site food preparation for the catering business? Do you know,
I do not know.
Commissioner?
Also, is there a basement in the building?
No, much of this is basically either slab on grade or extremely low to grade. There are footings obviously to surround the building.
So, I guess this question is gonna be for Mr. Agnello. Is he, because he said that he was gonna do some cooking with la empanadilla, and I was just wondering if there's a kitchen there that they're gonna prepare food there.
Right, council,
Where's the location?
let's call
Sorry.
Mr. Agnello back, please. Mr. Agnello? I know, that's okay.
You're already on the oath, Mr. Agnello.
You're under oath. Mr. Agnello, did you hear the question from Commissioner Torres?
Yes, I heard the correct questions. We have a kitchen in there with a hood for prepared foods in the front of the store. And Mr. Dougherty is right that we plan to have a full butcher shop in the back area. So I guess he was confused, but he knows very well that in the front we have a kitchen. It's been there. When I bought the building, the kitchen was already there.
Thank you.
So we intend to operate with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Agnello. Any further questions, Commissioner Torres, for the architect?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Can I come back with one more question about parking for this architect?
Briefly, please.
Yes. There's been some discussion, but I don't know how it's been made clear, but apparently there's no parking requirement or a lesser parking requirement because of a certain distance from a rail station. Can you tell me how that works
Mr.
here?
Vera, if I can intercede, I do have my expert will prepare a parking and traffic study. Mr. Steckler will be testifying. I think that question should be directed to him and not to the architect.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the architect from the board? Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
This is an R3 zone, is that correct?
Yes.
How many units are allowed in R3 zone under our ordinance? If you know.
One moment, please.
Mr. Farr, I know you're going to interrupt me, but I do have a planner. I have a traffic engineer. I'll be
I
discussing the
appreciate that,
density.
counsel.
Just
I
want to put that on
appreciate
the
that.
record.
I appreciate that. They'll be on the record when you call them, right? If you know, Mr. Doherty.
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. You're asking for a D2 variance on this application. Is that correct, Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
And you're asking for C variances, isn't that correct, Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
How many C variances are you asking for, if you know?
One moment, please.
Chair, just for the record, again, our planner will be discussing the variances. My architect was called to discuss the architectural features of the plan. I believe it's appropriate for my
Are you gonna
planner to
object to my
identify the
question, Ms.
variances.
Moore?
I'm sorry?
Are you objecting to my asking this question?
I believe it's more appropriate for the
Are
planner.
you objecting to my
I
asking
am,
the
Chair.
question?
I
It's
am.
noted, your objection is noted for the record. If you know, Mr. Doherty.
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doherty, are you familiar with the area?
Yes, I am.
Are there other mixed use buildings on this block?
There are corner areas down the street that have apartments over some stores, as in bodegas and the like.
On this block, Mr. Doherty?
Down the street, yes.
On this block?
Not on this block, no, not that I
Thank you.
know of.
That's what I was asking. Mr. Doherty, Are there other 9-unit buildings on this block?
I know there's an apartment building across the street. I don't know how many units are in it.
Mr. Doherty, are there other warehouses on this block?
Not that I know of, no.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the architect? Council? Oh, I'm sorry. Are there questions from the public for the architect? If so, please use the raise hand feature. I'd ask you to do that now. I see no raised hands. Council?
But this time I'd like to bring our traffic engineer, Matthew Seckler.
Ms. Seckler, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application.
My name is Matthew Seckler. That's Seckler. I'm with Stonefield Engineering Design. Address is 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey. I am a licensed engineer and I'll be serving as a traffic engineer on this application.
Thank you. Mrs. Seckler, is your license in the state of New Jersey currently in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Seckler is well known to this board. We'll accept him as an expert in the field of traffic engineering. Council?
Mr. Seckler, your firm had an opportunity to prepare a traffic and parking assessment. Just identify your report and then discuss and explain your methodology with respect to that report.
Certainly. The report was dated February 28th, 2025. As part of the report, we visited the site and the site surroundings. We actually did a spot parking study, meaning that we observed the amount of cars that were parked in the streets along about 300 feet away from this subject site. We also looked at general traffic operations of the existing site as well as a nearby community. It's important to note when we did our observations, we did note that this overall property currently has 3 driveways. As you saw, we are still seeking a variance as it relates to the number of driveways as we're looking to maintain those 3 driveways. We are looking to delineate the center area, the center driveway. That is really the customer driveway, be used by customers during the day and residents of the units at night. The driveway all the way on what was plan sheet right is their delivery driveway for the inbound deliveries. And as you saw and heard from the applicant, the driveway on the was plan sheet left, the northern side of the site, that would be the driveway that is utilized by their catering or their delivery out type vehicles, which allows for, again, similar driveway arrangement they have today, but an organized operation. In terms of traffic generation that this site will generate in the future based on its development, as you saw from the plans, the vast majority of, I'm going to say, the market expansion is really in storage, not necessarily customer space. So again, a lot more, having more storage actually means you may be able to have less deliveries in because you're able to take more off the truck or more off the van at one time, stored in the rear of the site in newer freezers, newer coolers, and all that state-of-the-art equipment that was being discussed as part of the upgrade of the site. So in terms of the amount of traffic being generated by the expansion of the market, again, it's really not in customer space, it's really in extra space for storage, which again I think has some benefits in needing less deliveries. In terms of the traffic being generated from the increased residential, again, going from I think it's 1 unit today to 9 in the future, you're talking about perhaps 4 more cars in the busiest hours being generated from those 9 new units. So pretty de minimis increase in traffic that you'd experience on the road. Now, I think one of the most important aspects of this application relates to the parking, and I know that there was some back and forth or some discussion about how much parking is required, what number is required, why do we think that we're exempt, and what I've shared on the screen, and I'm going to zoom in because I know it may be difficult to see. What we've outlined is in dark orange in the center is the subject site. We've outlined the streets nearby. We've also located the Davenport Light Rail Station. That is this blue dot over on the right-hand side that I'm circling. As per your ordinance, parking is not required, and I believe that's section 41:7. Parking is not required if you are building for residential or non-residential uses within 1,200 feet of a light rail station. This orange dotted circle is the 1,200-foot radii. You can see that our site is a little under 1,000 feet from the Davenport light rail station, and therefore we believe that we are parking exempt as it relates to your parking requirements. Obviously, the city is looking to encourage development near light rail stations because again there's really no widening of many of streets in Newark's future, but really what it comes to is making or having smarter transportation choices or transportation options. So again, having development within 1,200 feet of light rail, it's less than a 5-minute walk, can be used for both residents of this building to utilize the light rail to as part of their commute, or potentially workers from the building, workers of the market coming in on the light rail as well. There's also bus stops along Bloomfield Avenue that we've shown here at the where North 8th Street meets Bloomfield Avenue. There's a number of bus stops at that location as well. While we are parking exempt in terms of not required to have any parking, we're trying to kind of balance what we know this site has had parking or off-site parking in the past. It's always had kind of a front yard parking field, although it's been quite unorganized in the past. We think by having an organized parking field would be beneficial to both the residents and the potential customers of the market. Although again, the vast majority of the users of the market are local to the area, having this been here for generations and generations. People, it tends to be serving its nearby walking community. But again, we're trying to strike that balance. So while I actually think we would need 16 parking spaces if this was outside of the 1,200-foot radius from the light rail stop. We're striking the balance here by having 11 spaces per your zoning calculation. So I think, again, we're trying to balance here, find a number in between 0, which is what we can go down as far as, and what I think the requirement is, which would actually be 16 if we used shared parking calculations that your ordinance also allows for. So again, I think from a parking standpoint, we are providing, I think, the right balance of parking for this style of development. So again, in summary, very low trip generator. This is not a new market. It's not really increasing that much square footage of really the retail portion of the market at all. Really, the increase of traffic could be coming from the residential, which again has a very low trip generation, and the fact that we're located near the light rail and near bus stops would help mitigate any potential traffic increase that those residential developments may generate. So overall, yep,
If
Council,
we have your
sorry.
exhibit marked as A8 and just the date of that exhibit, and we'll have that as
Sure.
Errol exhibit.
It's A8 and the date is March 13th, 2025, and it's titled Proximity to Public Transit Exhibit. And I will close the screen so that if Council wants to call on any members
I
of the
do
board or
have
public.
one just further question that kind of goes towards the design waivers that we're seeking. I know you mentioned in your introductory, as far as the driveway is concerned, have you evaluated from a safety concern what impact those 3 driveways will have? I know that was one of the comments in Mr. Hazel's report, but from a parking traffic engineer perspective, have you evaluated that?
Yes, and again, this is obviously a site that's received deliveries in the past, and I think I would prefer to have the deliveries be able to take place on site than having loading zones on the street that could potentially require elimination of parking or double parking. So I do think there's a benefit of having the driveways that we have. I do believe that the driveways can be made safely, the design of them. I think you heard from the engineer that we would look at installing the lights or sound mechanism so that when vehicles are coming down the driveway, before they go over the sidewalk, there would be a visual alert and an audio alert that someone is leaving the driveway. And again, those are the 2 outer driveways. Those are going to be rarely used. That's the kind of delivery areas. The central driveway, I saw the exhibit that the architect showed. I do think that we could do some work with those walls out front where we could still balance the desire to screen the parking field while still allowing for proper sight distance for any vehicles coming in and out of that driveway so they could see pedestrians. So that wall may be either a little lower or there could be some landscaping as opposed to the wall that would be a little bit softer in terms of being able to see out of the parking lot. But I do believe the design can be made safely.
And as a condition of approval, as the applicant, we're willing to work with Mr. Hazel with respect to any landscape and to soften that front area.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Are there any questions for the traffic engineer? Mr. Trafficante,
Yes, sir.
you're under oath, Mr. Trafficante. Questions for the traffic engineer?
Yes, please. Mr.
Seckler.
Clerk, do you have a copy of the memo from me dated March 6th to the zoning board regarding the review of your traffic and parking assessment letter report?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to go through all 10 bullet points?
I did. I would state that I do not believe that since we are not seeking a parking variance, I don't know if we now need to do the more extensive parking study that you have requested. I know at the time that the report was written, we thought we needed a parking variance, so I understand why that comment came about, but I do think we might be exempt from that now.
Can you provide testimony addressing the last 2 bullet points on the second page?
Certainly.
Okay, do you want to read it or should I?
Sure. You're referring to
4th paragraph on page 4 of your report, noting the 17,000 square feet of floor area for commercial use as indicated under parking reference found on sheet T1, title sheet 1 of 9. A total of a peak parking demand of 34 vehicles is required and not 6 vehicles for the retail component of the development. As noted for land use, 850, supermarket, 2.01 vehicles per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area is required. Therefore, if I take the 17,000 square feet and multiply by 2.01 and divide it by 1,000, I come up with 34. Again, that conversion was taken from your report, 2.01 vehicles per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area.
correct. And again, I think that what I stated is that at the time that we had written this report, we were not following the parking ordinance, which would actually be parking exempt for this site. So again, while the ITE does provide some valuable information, I don't believe that they have a large swath of studies for supermarkets within 1,200 feet of light rail stations. So again, I do think the parking demand is likely going to be less than what was indicated on that report. But again, I do not have an issue with your calculation. I'm just stating that I don't believe that we are required to have parking for this site.
Right. That's been clear. But for the record, that conversion of 2.1 vehicles per 1,000 gross, is that fair to say? Is that correct? As from my
Yes, your calculation is correct. Your math is definitely correct.
Last bullet point, last point. Applicant shall clarify in writing as to how they are proposing a shared use for the proposed 7-space parking lot for both the proposed 9-unit residential multifamily dwelling and the proposed 17,000 square feet of commercial space supermarket deli during the hours. Hours stated were from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., though testimony says they now stop at 8 on weekdays, and during the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturday, and during the hours of 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Sunday. Now, the hours may have shifted based on recent testimony, but the question still remains, how do you plan to have a shared parking lot for both commercial and 9 residential units when residents are coming home from work and customers are trying to shop at the supermarket deli, especially at night? Can you shed some light on that?
Certainly. So again, for the record, we are exempt from the parking requirements, or we require 0. But in terms of operationally, we do anticipate that there would be the ability for some of the parking spaces to be utilized overnight by residents. Again, if a resident does come home, let's say at 4 o'clock, they wouldn't be able to park in that parking lot. They would have to, park on the street or park elsewhere. If they get home at 8 o'clock at night, there may be an arrangement they could park there from 8 to, let's say, 7 in the morning. I know the store opens at 6, but I don't believe they're going to be overrun with customers, at the 6 to 6:30 hour. But again, that is operational discussion from a zoning perspective. We are not seeking a C variance as it relates to parking, as no parking is required.
No further questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the parking engineer from the board? Mr. Seckler, I do understand that it's your position that parking is not required. But help me out here. When you say parking is not required, are you referring to parking is not required for the residences? Is that correct?
It's actually both. The ordinance, and again, I'm going to quote it. It's 41:7-2-6 is the actual parking tables, and table 7-2 is the parking requirements for non-residential uses. And it also has a note that no parking is required, and there's two conditions: either on lot areas less than 5,000 square feet and frontage on an arterial or collector street, which this is not the case, or condition 2, which is lot within 1,200 feet radius of a light rail, path, train, and transit station. So that same exemption applies to both residential and non-residential.
Thank you. Any further questions for the traffic engineer? Are there questions for the traffic engineer from the public? I see no raise. If so, please raise your hands. I'd ask you to do so now. I see no raised hands. Council?
At this time, I'd like to call our planner, Thomas T.J. Ritchie.
Mr.
Evening.
Ritchie? Mr. Ritchie's been working doing technical support all night. I lost Mr. Ritchie.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ms. Ricky, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Sure. Name is Thomas Ricci. Last name is spelled R-I-C-C-I. I'm a professional planner at Stonefield Engineering and Design. Our office is at 92 Park Ave in Rutherford, New Jersey. I was hired by the applicant to review the plans and the zoning ordinance and provide planning testimony in support of the variances.
And forgive me for butchering your name. It's Ricci?
Ricci.
Ricci, thank you, Mr. Ricci. Again, I'm sorry.
No problem at all.
Council.
Mr. Ricci, can you just tell the board?
I'm sorry, Council. Mr. Ricci, have you appeared before this board before?
I have, I believe, probably about a month or two ago, most recently.
And we accepted you as an expert at that time?
Yep, licensed professional planner, certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. Both licenses are active and in good standing.
Thank you. We'll accept Mr. Ricci as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Thank you. So, Mr. Ricci, prior to commencing your testimony, can you just tell us, give the board what documents, if any, you've had an opportunity to review in preparation of your testimony tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. I reviewed the architectural plans, the civil plans, the renderings, and the zoning ordinance and the master plan. I have also been to the project site.
And you've also had an opportunity to review the respective reports, including Mr. Hazel's planner's report?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you just give us a planning overview of this land use application?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So it's a pretty large lot when compared to the surrounding lots. The surrounding lots are residential in nature. They're generally smaller. We have about 16,787 square feet. It's 2 tax lots, so it's pretty wide. As you've heard, the property currently contains a deli or market that's been serving the community for a very long time. It's approximately 80 years. And the goal of this project is to better improve the use, specifically the functionality of the site, the overall look and aesthetics of the property, and its operations. And these improvements are not only meant to serve the owner of the market, but in my opinion, benefit the neighborhood as well. So in addition to the market component, the applicant also proposes 9 residential units to be incorporated within the building. So it's a mixed-use project in the form of a low-rise building. So this building is being proposed in the R3 zone. This is a zone that permits 1-family dwellings up to 4-family dwellings. Now, as I mentioned, the market component of this, it has existed for a very long time, but because it's being expanded, it's being improved, is what's requiring the D2 expansion of a non-conforming use variance. So with regard to the D2, previous case law has suggested that the grant of a D2 or the grant of expanding a non-conforming use that a special reason for approval would be that if you try to harmonize the use or make it less impactful to the surrounding neighborhood would be something that would constitute a special reason. So the logic behind it is that you have a use that is not permitted right now by ordinance. You try to improve it, you try to make it look better, you try to make it function better to integrate it with its surroundings. And that, in my opinion, that's exactly what we're achieving here. So I want to shift our attention. I'll share my screen. We'll look at the plans. So I am sharing the architectural plans. These were previously submitted and testified to. I'll move our attention to the bottom of the right of the plan, table number 8, called zoning chart. It's actually under the zoning chart, but it's an aerial exhibit. So I just want to start the D2 discussion with looking at the existing buildings as they stand now. On the right side, so the black right here is the outline of the property, the outermost edge of this black line. Top right is the existing deli or market space. In front of that is the existing parking. And then to the left of it is this residential dwelling, all existing. Now, what we've done, or what the architect has done on this plan, and I think it's really useful in thinking about the expansion, is overlaid the building edge over these existing buildings. And what I see here is most of the site already is covered with either building or impervious surface. This parking lot, it exists. It's going to remain roughly in the same location. The building to the rear is going to remain. Obviously, it's going to be built on top of. It's really this back left piece that we're filling out of the property. That's really the crux of this application, if you will. And that's going to be the area that Mr. Agnello had testified is going to be the main driver for needing that storage area. That's where the trucks are going to essentially pull in and out of and be used in this back of house operation. So really, as we mentioned, the goal was to increase storage area for the product that's getting delivered to the site. Because Mr. Agnello will have more area to store product, we have less deliveries. We have smaller trucks. We're able to store more product in the building, so deliveries are less frequent. You have less trucks coming through the neighborhood. So we're basically taking this use that's already existing and building a larger back of house, if you will, so you can get deliveries done in 1 or 2 days of the week, whereas a typical grocery store or restaurant, things of that nature, usually take deliveries every day. That's just not going to happen here with this proposed use. Now I want to talk briefly about aesthetics. I'll shift our attention on this same architectural plan, but we'll go to the top left. Number 1, it's site photo. We look at the front of the building. It's very commercial looking. It's almost industrial looking. And as we testified, the area is mostly residential in this area. So I would say that this doesn't fit very well into the character in its current condition. But when we flip to the proposed rendering, I would say that this is a better aesthetic improvement. It's more residential looking. I think that this fits aesthetically much better in the neighborhood, despite it being expanded. I think it just looks like more of a residential apartment building, because that's what it is, with a deli fronting on the street. Now I want to talk about the intensity of the uses, and this was actually already brought up, the density of the property. So we're proposing 9 residential units. The underlying ordinance allows for 1 family up to 4 family in this zone. But as I mentioned, this is a 16,787 square foot lot. It's a big lot. You can chop this up by right to 6 lots and put a 3 family on each of those lots. So that's 18 units total. And we have 9 here. So our logic behind that was that, okay, this is we're expanding a non-allowable use here and mixing it with a residential use. We're going to take half of the density that would be allowed here to accommodate other intensity for the commercial part of this. So what you have here is, in my opinion, a very well-balanced intensity of uses on the site. So we lowered that density that would be allowed, and the trade-off is the commercial component of this. So from an intensity standpoint, I think once again, it's nothing that's super impactful to the neighborhood or goes against the zoning because we're actually a lower density than what's allowed. And those units wouldn't require parking, and we do have some parking on the site, which I think is a big benefit. Lastly, I just want to talk about the building itself. It's a very, very old building. Most of these old buildings are not up to modern codes. They're not very energy efficient. The new building essentially allows the use to continue, but it makes it more energy efficient because of the modern construction practices. We have solar panels that we're proposing on the roof. We have ADA entrances. We have an ADA unit. There's a wheelchair lift. The whole building's being brought up to modern codes because this obviously project will have to be. So I think all of those reasons, that's such a substantial planning benefit from a safety and a building code standpoint of bringing buildings up to code despite having the expansion. So once again, just to reiterate, the question is, with the D2 expansion of the non-conforming use, the goal always with these expansions is to try to harmonize it with the neighborhood. I think we make it look more residential. I think we're bringing it up to code. I think we're making deliveries less because we have more storage unit. Like everything that we're doing with this building, I think makes it better for the immediate neighbors. So that's the D2. Now, briefly, I just want to talk about the C variances, and I already kind of alluded to some of these things. As it relates to the coverage variances and the waiver for the trees, obviously, this is an existing site. There's a lot of coverage already on the site. But once again, the coverage variance and then not being able to provide landscaping on site is a direct result of wanting to have more storage area. But I think that the trade-off is you expand the building, and once again, you get less delivery impacts, but you're still able to provide some parking for the area. You do stormwater management improvements, which is positive. We're proposing 3 street trees out on site, still a variance, but because there's no room on the site, we're still able to hopefully meet the intent of what that code intends to do. So I really think that that's a better planning alternative because you do get a lot of positives out of the small increase in impervious surface. With regards to the relief for driveways, I think Mr. Seckler did an excellent job in talking about driveways and the the need for the sizes and the need for the loading areas. And then that leaves us with the facade transparency waivers. We do actually come pretty close to the front facade requirement. But the reason that we couldn't comply is, as we've mentioned, because we're doing the extra storage, you have these roll-up doors. And these areas have non-transparent garage doors. You generally don't have, like Mr. Dougherty said, you generally don't have glass on the doors or in the area of the storage because you're storing product back there. It's not something that's meant to be seen. It's actually supposed to do the opposite. It's meant to be screened from public view because it's not a retail use. It's not a storefront. It's not anything that's customer facing. So you usually want to do the opposite. You don't want to put the glass or glazing in those areas. So that's really the main driver of that. And it's the same justification for the variances for the transparency on the side and the rear. We do understand that we have neighbors within close proximity. There really I wouldn't find it necessary to put excessive amount of windows there. So the abutting neighbors would be able to see into a warehouse or a storage area. So that was the reason behind it. But I absolutely think we meet the intent of this because you see there's these large windows in the front middle of the building, and that's where the deli or the market area is being proposed to be located. So you do have that ability for pedestrians to be walking by the site, to see in. It's real open. And then when you go up to the residential units, they do have these wide, horizontally wide windows, as well as these longer vertical windows on the front facade. So I absolutely think what the intent of the code intends to do, we've met that. We've met that with the parts that we can. It just wouldn't make sense for the storage areas and for the loading areas, and that's common. So to sum up, I see a lot of benefits derived from the application from a planning standpoint. Particularly, we are, by doing the warehouse expansion, we are reducing the amount of deliveries needed for the site because the applicants can store more product over a longer period of time. We're enclosing these delivery operations in a more organized manner, which currently it's not very organized. We're constructing an addition in that back rear, which I think blocks off that section of site from the adjacent residence. We're proposing stormwater management improvements, which is a benefit to not only the property owner itself, but all adjacent property owners. We're building units at only half of the density that would be allowed in this zone in order to accommodate the intensity of the commercial use. So we're actually a lower intensity on the residential side of things. We're incorporating housing units, which I believe furthers the city's master plan goals. They talk about having better housing, and both in terms of quality, in variety, as well as units for the physically disabled, ADA units, which is exactly what we're doing. It also aligns with the city's goals of promoting small, localized business, which I think is really important. This is a great thing for the neighborhood. It's been existing for a very, very long time. I see this as a community asset, having a neighborhood deli or market with fresh and prepared foods to pick up on your way home from work. I think it's a great thing. So I think, and then lastly, you have the overall major aesthetic improvements to the property. I'll just show us again, it looks very industrial right now. We are taking that and making it look much more residential. It's essentially a mixed use apartment building with a deli or market underneath, and then you don't see any of the storage because it's all hidden in the rear. So I think this is the way that you integrate this type of use in the neighborhood. So for all of those reasons, it's my professional opinion that the D2 standard has been met because the proposal now integrates itself into the neighborhood. And I think a lot of the impacts derived from the use are actually reduced from this proposal. And I think for those same reasons, it's my opinion that the C variances can be granted under the C2 criteria, with the benefits substantially outweighing the detriments. I don't believe that this project goes against the goals of the master plan or intent of the zoning ordinance. I think it's a beautiful project, and I'm happy to see it being upgraded so it can better fit in with the neighborhood. And I hope that it can continue to serve the residents for many years to come. Thank you.
Council?
I just have one question with respect to the D2. So D2 is more of a relaxed standard. Is it fair to say that really it's not whether or not it belongs there, but talking about bettering the site itself?
Yep, that's correct. Yep, the use already exists, so particular suitability is not the focus. The focus is better functioning of the site within the neighborhood, which is what I think we're doing here.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Hazel. Mr. Hazel, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and title for the record.
Gerard Hazel, board planner. TJ, I have one question. Just wanted to clarify if I heard what you said correctly. You said that basically with this lot, if this were divided up into conforming lots, you could get how many 3-family lots?
So the 3 families are permitted here on 2,500 square foot minimum lot size. So we have 16,000 square feet roughly. So you could get 6 lots.
But would you get 6 lots all confronting on the street frontage as they would be required to? It's width of 121 feet.
Oh, you mean with in terms of like lot width?
Yeah.
Requirements. I didn't look at it in terms of sketching out a concept. I looked at it purely in terms of density, units to area of land. I'm not sure, but it is a very square lot. I don't imagine there being very many constraints on being able to chop this up into 6 equal square lots, but I understand they are pretty deep. So I would imagine maybe running into a lot width.
Yeah, no, because based on if taking the lot width into account and the street frontage, I mean, you're looking at, in terms of conforming lots, you're looking at closer to 4.
Closer to 4.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I was speaking just in terms of density about, this lot area in terms of how many units you would be able to get, but not necessarily, I guess, a configuration of lots. But it's a very good point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for the planner? Questions from the board for the planner? I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett, do you have any cross exam?
Mr. Sackler, is that the right one?
Mr. Ricci.
Ricci, sorry. Mr. Ricci, you mentioned a case law regarding harmonizing. Do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, that was Burbridge versus Mine Hill Township. It was a 1990 case, 117 NJ 376.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm looking at the drawing that's been sitting, or the rendering, I should say, has been sitting in front of us all the time we were testifying, and I see in the driveway on the left side, going into that garage, there is it looks like a 4 or 5 foot wall there.
You want me to share my screen? I think that'd be easier.
Yeah, if you could put that back, maybe.
Yeah, we could talk about it. Here. This wall right here.
That's the one. So Ms. Stelmack is who I represent. That little white house right next to it is her house. And right now she is staring at trucks. However, I don't think she'd appreciate staring at a wall either. Is there maybe a better way of dividing that, such as a lighter weight fence, or maybe even some vegetation that would tend to grow straight up?
Mr. Gower, I understand your client's concern, but I'm not sure the planner is the right one to ask that question of. He's not a design professional.
Yeah, I mean, I was good. Yeah, that is correct. I was going to say that's definitely more of an engineering question. I don't know if that wall is meant to retain earth or land and it has a function, or if it's purely aesthetic. But if it's aesthetic, then that would be something that would be able to be looked into.
All right. Well, if I can't question Mr. Ricci on that, I'll just put that before the board. And if you want to let me go back to whoever I should be questioning, I'd be glad to. Otherwise, just have the board consider that issue. Thank you.
More?
I believe, I don't know, Mr. Grant or Mr. Dougherty, if you want to answer that question, and I guess the question is whether or not we could soften providing some landscaping, maybe to the exterior of that, so she's not looking at the wall. We're going to work with the neighbor, but.
Who could, Mr. Grant, can you address that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
This is the engineer. Please, Mr. Grant.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the architect has shown a retaining wall, but we can certainly have some sort of green fence to mitigate the visual impact along between our property and the neighbor's property.
Ms. Grant, as a condition of approval, would you agree to work with board planner to develop an appropriate, as you call it, green fence, I think?
Yes, we'll be happy to work with Mr. Hazel.
Council?
Thank you. Maybe this is the appropriate time for me to ask if the applicant would consent to a condition that the existing retaining wall toward the back of that side be confirmed to be entirely on the applicant's property, or if not, that it be removed from my client's property.
Was that something that was dealt with in Mr. Traficante's remarks, Ms. Moore, if you
If it
recall?
was the reference to the retaining wall, Mr. Grant, in Mr. Traficante's report, I just wanted to believe that's what you're referring to. Let me just refresh my recollection. I do have that.
I think it's actually in Mr. Grant's report that there was a question about whether there was an
testimony.
encroachment.
His testimony, you're referring to, Brian, I believe it's under section 3, Roman numeral number 17. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's right. Mhm.
Okay. I believe the testimony was that
Yeah, so
we're going to coordinate with the owner to remove that wall. Is that what the testimony was?
yes.
So that was a testimony. They're going to, I'm sure you'll be hearing from Ms. Moore if this application is approved. Fair to say, Ms. Moore?
That is correct.
Anything further, Mr. Gower?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the planner? Questions from the board for the planner? I see none. Are there questions from the public for the planner? Questions from the public for the planner? If so, please use the raised hand feature. I see no raised hands. Counsel, do you have any other witnesses?
That concludes my presentation. I have no further witnesses.
So now is the appropriate time for persons to make statements. First, I would ask if there are any members of the public who care to make a statement regarding this application at this time. If so, I'd ask you to use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a telephone, if you press *9, this will alert us. I'd ask you to do that now. The process is you'll be recognized, you'll have to submit to the oath, and you'll be permitted to make your statement. If anyone cares to make a statement, please do so now. I mean, raise your hand now, I'm sorry. I see no raised hands. Mr. Gower, you care to make a statement at this time?
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, my client was not able to attend to say anything because she's at a funeral. But she just asked me to raise the issues, which I think I have raised through questioning, which is she's concerned about the density and the parking and the traffic. And I would, of course, just leave it in the sound discretion of the board to decide whether those have been adequately addressed. And I have also requested, and I believe I have the consent for the issues regarding the retaining wall and the dividing wall that we just discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board? Is there any discussion from the board? Commissioner Riviero.
Thank you for the community for showing up, at least a lawyer, right? Representing the neighbor. It seems like the client is trying to work with the neighbor. The applicant is trying to work with the neighbor. This seems to be an improvement for the very area that's going on there. The apartment sizes are good sizes. Parking will always be an issue in our city. We're well aware of that. The rooftop is nice for the tenants, maybe for the families visiting, tenant community. The applicant himself seems like he went around. Well, he went around, asked a bit, and I'm not sure what happened to the neighbor, though, right? In my opinion, I can't tell you the last time I was around there, but I hope another board member could weigh in. To me, this seems like a good project for what's currently there. This is an improvement, so it seems to me. That'll be all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? Other comments from the board? this is a massive building. This proposed building is massive. It is far larger than anything in that area. It does not harmonize anything. It is a textbook in disharmony. It expands it creates a warehouse in an R3 zone. It expands the use of that store. Suggestion was that there'll be less deliveries. I don't see how that's, and less traffic. I don't see how that can possibly be. If we're expanding a warehouse, there's going to be more deliveries to fill that warehouse. There's going to be more traffic because they'll hopefully, and I'm sure the store owner is going to want more business. And there'll be more cars and trucks coming to that business. There'll be more deliveries from that business. So it will greatly intensify the use. But we don't end there, because from a one apartment, we're going to 9 apartments where only 4 are allowed. We've recently just had a new ordinance adopted in the city, and this area was looked at. It wasn't changed to a commercial area where warehouses and stores are permitted. It wasn't changed to allow anything more than 4 units. And now we're going to put a warehouse in, take up the whole, both lots almost. There's even, and I'm really bothered by an applicant who comes forth to the board and tells us no parking is required, but yet they take all the land so that they can't have any greenery, so that they can't put trees and as required on site by our ordinance, because instead they're going to have parking. This is a massive thing. It's a showcase of disharmony. It doesn't belong in an R3 zone, and I will not support it. Are there any other comments from the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion, please? Commissioner Riviera.
Motion to approve ZBA-23-17, located at 619-623 and 625-627 North 8th Street, with conditions, with all conditions.
Is with conditions, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion to approve with conditions. May I have a second? Motion to approve with conditions. May I have a second? I will second that. Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
No.
I couldn't hear that, Member Jones.
No.
Thank you.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
I'm gonna vote no.
Member Cobian,
No.
Member Torres,
No.
Vice Chair Mumford,
No.
Chair Alphont.
No, your application is denied.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I'm going to ask Vice Chair Monfort, who is to take over the chair. And I want to thank Vice Chair Monfort, who is recovering from some surgery, and Commissioner Comisarios, who's under the weather, because I just have some pressing other business I have to take care of. I really appreciate it, gentlemen, and thank you. I'll turn the chair over to you at this time, Vice Chair Monfort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, call the next application.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
The time is now 9:01 p.m. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-25-01, located at 166-170 Littleton Avenue, Block 263, Lot 26, and it includes merged lots 27 and 28 in the Central Ward. The applicant is Studio Lofts LLC. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes an interior renovation of commercial building into an art gallery on the first floor and 10 art studios on the second floor. Applicant is seeking a D2 variance for expansion of non-conforming use to convert vacant commercial space to become artisan and craft workspace. Site plan approval is not required. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of facts with respect to 166-170 Littleton Avenue, which is located in Newark's Fairmount neighborhood on the eastern side of Littleton Ave at intersection of 13th Avenue. The total site area is approximately 7,500 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of the University Hospital, fleet operations, and the KIPP Academy School.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Moore, is your team in?
If you can, all right, I'm just doing quickly. Maurice Brown, let me just see who's in. And also Laura Bonus Palmer as well. See, John is here. Perfect.
Could you raise your hand if you're part of the team for this application?
Anthony, no, he just meant anyone that's in the attendee section to raise their hand. So
I don't see anyone else, Madam Secretary. Are there any objectors to this application? Please raise your hand. I see 2 attendees have their hands raised. Okay, no. Anyone in support of this application, please raise your hand. I see 8 hands raised for support, Madam Secretary. To keep your hand raised, she will send you an invitation. You have to accept the invitation, become a part of the panel. One more. Counsel, you may open up.
and good evening. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Pollock, on behalf of Studio Lofts LLC. It is a pleasure to present this application tonight on behalf of Studio Lofts LLC. As indicated in the opening, that this is an interior renovation of 5,368 square feet of a non-conforming commercial building, which was previously used as a social club. You'll hear testimony that that social club was more akin to a bar or nightclub, and we're seeking to adaptively reuse that into artisan and craft workspace that will include a gallery on the first floor, as well as artist studios on the upper floor. There will be some interior modifications to the application that our architect will be discussing, and that is including a bathroom and some supplies in a kitchen area. There is an existing 3-family dwelling that will remain. We're not proposing any modifications to that dwelling. As noted by Madam Secretary, the property is at 166, 170 Littleton Avenue and includes 3 lots that were previously merged, and those are identified as lots 26, 27, and 28. We're here tonight seeking a D2 use variance to expand a non-conforming use. You'll hear tonight that the representative of the applicant, Lori Bonus Palmer, is well known to the Newark arts community and currently operates a gallery on South Orange Avenue that we'll discuss. The master plan, when looking at the master plan, talks about integrating and identifying artists and having our artist studios and makers integrating the culture and the arts into the master plan. And you'll hear tonight that this application addresses a specific need of the master plan by the proposed artist studios as well as the gallery. I do have a number of witnesses tonight. My first witness will be our architect. We'll be discussing the overall architectural feature of the property. Before I begin, I am receipt, again, this is a use variance, expansion of a non-conforming use. I am in receipt of the planner's report dated March 3rd, 2025, and we would agree to provide the testimony. Mr. Hazel has asked us to address a few items, including there's some existing non-conformities, a fence that you'll hear tonight that's already been removed, as well as the efficiency or the location of the parking spaces. And we do have our civil engineer that we will provide an exhibit and discuss that tonight through our testimony. So at first, I would like to begin by having our architect, Anthony Kiru, I hope I'm not starting his name, will give you an overview of the site, followed by Ms. Palmer, who will discuss the operations. And last but not least, we do have our planner, John McDonough, will be discussing the justification with respect to the D2 use variance. Sorry.
Mr. Curry, could you please raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation for the record.
Anthony Kiru, last name Kiiru. I'm with 2KI Architects with offices at 580 Sylvan Avenue, Sylvan Avenue, Suite 1B, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 07632. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey and other states as well. And I've been engaged by the owner to support this application by providing testimony. And
Mr. Kirill, have you testified before this board before?
Not the zoning board, but the planning board of Newark severally.
All right, because your license is in good standing, we will accept Mr. Kirill as an architect. You may present your counsel. You may move forward. Ms. Moore, are you gonna let him open up? Do you have any questions, or are you just gonna let?
I'm sorry, I was muted for. Are you familiar with the application?
I am.
Okay, and can you share your screen and before you begin the architectural, kind of just give us an overview of what the existing site is?
So the existing site, as has been described, is a 7,500 square foot site, which consists of 3 tax lots. On it, there are currently 2 separate buildings. One is a 3-family residence, a 2.5-story 3-family residence, and the other is a 2-story commercial building, about 5,800 square feet in total. That is currently, or whose current use was past use, was a social club. There exists a large, not a large parking. There exists a parking lot, a paved parking lot in front of the building that we are going to be utilizing as as a parking lot. We are not proposing any modifications to the exterior of these buildings, with the exception of creating a new ramp for handicap accessibility.
Can you share your screen? And we provided a copy, submitted that as part of our application, but can you just share the screen and show that to the board, please?
Yes. Can you see the screen?
Yes, but if you can just enlarge that.
Okay. This is a survey of the site in question. On the north side is the three-family, 2.5-story, three-family residential building. And on the south side, on the southeast side, is the 2-story commercial building that we are speaking about, the one that is marked area of work. In front of it is to the west of the site is the existing paved asphalt parking lot that we are going to be utilizing. And you will see our proposal for the parking right here. The only work we'll be proposing to the exterior is the addition of this ramp, which will provide for handicap accessibility. So for there's an existing cellar floor that's going to be utilized for art storage, a small mechanical room with a boiler and hot water heater. And then the first floor that you see here is going to be the art gallery with 2 large open spaces, a reception area with coat check, and a couple of handicap accessible bathrooms with a prep kitchen, kitchenette, which is practically which is really a staging area for when there is an exhibition or some kind of an event, right? It's not a cooking kitchen. It will just be a warming kitchen for food that is catered or a staging area. On this, there are 2 staircases from this floor, each to the north and south, each of them leading to the second floor. So this first floor, we are not we're just removing doors and windows and those sort of doors and interior fenestration to create an open space. But generally, the space is mostly as is shown right now, except for the addition of the toilets and the kitchen area. And it's currently used as a social hall, mostly like an after-hours nightclub. The second floor was an open event area, which I think appears to have been used as a wedding venue or an event area like that. I'll show you pictures that show what the space is like. It will be created into single individual art studios, which will be more or less like an artist office, an artist work area. There are 6 larger studios, about 200 square feet each, and 4 smaller ones, about 100 square feet each. And then we also have a couple of toilets for this and a kitchenette, just like an office kitchenette for water and a refrigerator to keep their food and snacks. Yes.
So those artists, it's an artist studio. Don't have any kind of residential component respect to those artist studios. Is that correct?
Not at all. They are work areas, are just studio areas.
And you indicated that they're more like an office area for them to come in and create things. The ordinance mentions artisan and craft space. So the intent is, and again, the applicant will discuss that, for them to create items, sculptures, and paintings. That in speaking with the applicant?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I could show you. We had prepared some images of what like as you presented. The owner does have another gallery in Newark, New Jersey, and this gallery will be more or less of the same thing. So these are photographs of the current gallery in South Orange Avenue. And what we're proposing here will be very similar to this. Okay. And we have also prepared some images for what an artist studio might look like. And this is, hopefully you can see what we're proposing here. This is what they would look like.
So for purpose of the record, can I just have, you mentioned the gallery interior, if I can just have that marked as A1?
This one?
The gallery interior, yes, and that's 4 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And then you,
yes, 4 pages. And then there is the artist studios here, which is 2 pages.
you can continue. Now, we've testified earlier.
Counselor, would this be A2? Is this separate from the 4 pages?
Yes, so A2 would be separate as the artist studio, and that's consistent of 2 pages.
Yes, we had also mentioned how the space is currently being used. So this is the current exterior of the building. This is the commercial building. The building you see on your left there is the residential building. And this is what some of the interiors look like. This is what the current second floor looks like. This is what I mentioned was an event space. This is a bar area. And this is what the first floor looks like, which is what I was saying looks more like an after-hours club currently.
And so just for the record, and I have this marked as A3, the social club photos consisting of 5 pictures. This was the previous owner, not owned by this applicant, but was previously owned and operated by another individual prior to my client taking title to the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And so it was a social club, but you're saying it looked more like it's nightlife or a bar, correct?
When I was there, it was clear. This desk here appeared to have been used as like a box office, a ticket office. Looks like they even had a cover charge or something like that.
Okay. And so this space that you're referring to, and I kind of go back to the first page, Mr. Carroll?
Mm-hmm.
The first one, that's the exterior, but the second photograph.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Is that on the ground floor or
That is on the second floor?
On the second floor.
Correct.
And so it's your intent or this application to convert that space into the artist studio, is that correct?
That is correct. This is the space that will be converted into the artist studio, and the nightclub looking space is the one that will be converted into an art gallery.
So the ground floor is the art gallery and the upper levels will be the artist studios.
That is correct.
Okay. So again, this is an interior modification. We're not doing anything to the residential.
We are not
residential dwelling.
Correct. We're not proposing any work to the residential building. The work will only take place in this commercial building, and the work will only take place in the interior. So it will be an interior tenant fit out. Only work we're proposing to the exterior is adding the ramp for handicap accessibility.
And you also mentioned there would be some modifications as far as providing some bathrooms in the interior.
That is correct.
Okay. I know there were some comments and Mr. Brown, our engineer, would testify regarding the parking layout, but there were some comments by the planner respect to an existing fence that was requested to be removed. There was a wood fence on the street frontage. Is that correct, that that fence no longer exists?
Well,
or we'll agree to remove it.
There was a wood fence. I will show, let me see if I can share this. So this is a Google image of the current site. This is the commercial building at the back, and the front here in the foreground, that is a residential building. The wood fence that he was talking about was this wood fence that is behind another wrought iron fence, right? So the wood fence is what our client will be removing to leave there, to leave the wrought iron fence. And if you see what it looked like in a few years back, if I could just show it to you, you can see this is what it looked like. So this is what, once the wood fence was removed, this is what you will see, which is a small masonry, a short masonry wall with a wrought iron fence above. And this is the current situation now.
We noted that this does not require any site plan application, but there was also a comment and the applicant agreed to meet with the arborist to the extent to plant any shade tree. Is that correct in discussing with the client?
Yes, she agreed to provide a shade tree because the site conditions here make it difficult to provide a tree because of all these obstructions. You have a traffic light here, you have some bollards, you have the crosswalk and the driveway. So she will be meeting with the arborist to possibly pay into the tree fund.
Okay. And are there are no additional modifications to this application? Again, this is an interior modification, conversion to adaptive reuse.
That is correct.
I have nothing further after the architect.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the city professionals? Any questions from the board? Your next witness.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Zakowski.
Yes. Yes, I would like to know that wood fence, is that going to be removed?
Yes, it will be.
It will be removed? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Counsel, your next witness.
This time I would like to bring the representative of the applicant, Laura Bonus Palmer. I'm trying to see her on the screen.
I'm here.
Is she here?
Is she
I'm
there?
here. Let's see.
Oh, I see it. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your connection to the application.
Okay, my name is Laura Bonus Palmer. Last name spelled Bonas. Palmer, Palmer.
And your affiliation for the record? This application?
I am the owner of Studio Loft, and I'm familiar with the project.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Palmer, Studio Lofts is the owner of the property, is that correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, and where do you currently reside?
I reside at 237 South 8th Street in Newark, which is just a couple of blocks away from the Littleton property.
Okay. And how long have you resided there?
I have been there for almost 20 years.
Okay, and you indicated that you're the owner, the member of Studio Lofts LLC. How long have you served in that capacity?
So Studio Loft the business was started 2 years ago, but we purchased the property itself 1 year ago.
And in your role as member and the owner of Studio Lofts, just give us a background, like what are your responsibilities and duties?
So I handle all management aspect of Studio Loft. I have done everything related to the application with the city. I handle rental issues and will be working with the gallery space as well.
And you mentioned that you purchased the property last year, 2024, is that correct?
Yeah, January 11th, 2024.
All right, and the crew was able to share some photos of the previous use as a social club. Describe the property when you purchased it.
So when we purchased the property, it looked like a property that was poorly maintained. And as I said, because I live in the neighborhood, that is a street that I have driven down in the last 20 years, almost every single day, sometimes a couple times a day. And I was very familiar with the
condition of the property. It was always very, very dirty at the front. There was always a lot of garbage at the front of the property. When we purchased the property, the parking lot area was used almost like an outdoor patio. There were tables and chairs set up, and I guess the nightclub people use that space at nighttime. There were tables labeled things like weed on it. They had different tables set up for different things. I guess if you smoke cigars, they had a cigar table, they had a weed table, they had different types of tables on the outside with labels on it, little orange cones on it at the time that I went to see the property. The inside of the property clearly looked, the first floor clearly looked like a nightclub. The windows were painted dark. The inside of the property itself was painted black, and there was a lot of like flashy disco type lights, and it was really set up like a nightclub. The second floor was a big open space. The first floor had a bar area in it as well. The second floor had a bar area as well, and it was more like an open space, and I think they used it as an event space on the second floor. And the property itself looked like it was poorly maintained. From what I could see, it looked like it was poorly maintained.
So you said you live in the area, you purchased in 2024.
Council Moore, 1 second, I need to double back. Are there any objectives in the attendees lounge for this application? If you are an objector, please raise your hand so we can acknowledge you. The first time no one raised their hand as an objector. So I'm asking for, again, are there any objectives? Ms. Mahir, do you see any?
No, there are no raised hands.
All right, you may continue, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. So I indicated you purchased the property in 2024, you had a vision, and we're here tonight seeking to convert the ground floor into the art gallery and the artist studio. You own another art gallery, correct?
We do, yes.
And where is that located?
That is located on South Orange Avenue, between 18th and 19th Street. It's called the Aquaba Gallery.
And what does that mean? What does Aquaba mean?
Aquaba means welcome. So the whole vision when we were renovating this space, we really wanted a space that was welcoming to the community and just welcoming to everyone. And I really had this vision of a space that when you walk in, you feel like you're a part of a community, you feel welcome. My experience when I went to galleries in my younger days was a lot of times, sometimes you go into gallery spaces and they didn't treat you like you belonged there. They treated you and made you feel unwelcome. And so my vision for this space was always a space that made people feel like they belong here. When you walk in the door, we greet you, we talk to you, we give you a chance to walk around and experience the gallery, ask questions if you wanted to. So in deciding on a name for the gallery, I chose Aquaba because it means welcome in Twi. And I had probably about 30 names on the list, and I just kept going back to Aquaba, so we just stuck with Aquaba.
Okay, and you've been operating that gallery for about 6 years, is that correct?
6 years, yes.
Okay, and so you kind of discussed a little bit, but kind of tell us, what's the primary focus and function of the gallery? The purpose of it, really?
So our gallery that we have here now is a commercial gallery. It is the only commercial gallery in the city of Newark. The focus of a commercial gallery really is promoting and selling an artist's work, and with the vision of them being able to make a sustainable living from what they do. We also engage at times in different types of educational programs here at the gallery. Like recently, over the last year, we did a program in conjunction with NJPAC, where we had these seminars educating people on the importance of collecting art. So sometimes we do things like that at the gallery as well.
All right, so and you kind of mentioned, is it the intent, are you looking to then expand from your Aquaba to this main facility?
And so we are looking to expand our footprint here in Newark and the West Ward. We are the first gallery here in the West Ward. We're still the only gallery here in the West Ward, and we're just looking to expand our footprint. In Newark, over the last couple of years, we have lost a lot of galleries in Newark. We lost our Gyra Gallery, which was here for 30 years. It closed. We lost our Farrer Gallery, which was here for 20 years. That closed. We lost Index Gallery. I believe they were here for more than 10 years. They closed. We lost Gallery Without Wall, City Without Walls. We lost Seed Gallery. And so we've lost a lot of gallery spaces in the last couple of years. And with these galleries, some of them also had studio spaces. And when they closed, the studio spaces closed as well. We are looking to expand what we're doing here in the West Ward into the property at Littleton, where the intent is to have studio spaces as well as to have a larger gallery space there as well.
Right. And respect to the gallery space, do you typically hold exhibition or events? Tell us a little bit about that.
So the nature of a gallery really is event oriented in the sense that typically you may have an opening reception, which is once the exhibition is up on the wall, you do a reception that's open to the public and people can attend and engage with the artists and, you know, see the art. We also do sometimes a closing reception, not as often, but sometimes we do a closing reception. In between that, we can do artist talks, and the artist talks is a session where we bring the artists in that are part of the show, and people are invited to come in, and we have a question and answer session, and they get to learn more about the artists and the work that we're presenting as well.
How frequently do you have those events, and are those structured events where they're programmed, they're not just, you know, people walking in? These are structured programs, right? And organized events.
Usually very structured programs, and I would say on average possibly 5 to 6 times a month. Some months it could be less, and it's not typically more at all.
And what are your typical, if this was approved, what are your hours of operation, proposed hours of operation?
I believe we are proposing 9 through 6 regular hours, which would be Monday through Saturday. And on the nights that we have events, I need to say this, on the nights that we have events, they sometimes go later, but we usually don't go past 10. So in the summer months, if we had a reception, it may go up, I would say, from 6 to 9, and in the winter months, we can do it earlier. Sometimes we do it in the winter months 5 to probably about 8 p.m.
And respect to the number of employees, how many employees are you proposing for this site?
The proposed is 2.
I'll talk about more of how you think the gallery really kind of contribute to it. We talk about the master plan, talks about culture and artistic development of our artists, but why, you said you're seeking as more of an expansion from your South Orange location to this facility. What is the basis for that?
So in the 6 years that we've been operating here in Newark, we started our very first exhibition we had at the gallery. We showed all Newark artists, and I wanted to do that because I feel like I wanted to pay tribute to the artists that were here before we brought anyone else in. Since we've been operating, we have gone from showing local artists, and we still do show local artists here. We show local to New Jersey, but we're also showing artists from throughout the country. And in more recent times, we are now showing artists globally, where we have artists from outside the country. Our last exhibition, we had an open call, and we had 24 artists in that show. 8 of those artists were outside the country, 1 person from the Caribbean, artists from Africa, artists from the UK as well.
So the intent is that you'll have local artists, not only for the gallery, but also possibly for the artist studios, and then exposure to artists that most of us would not have the opportunity to have access to. Is that one of the goals of having this art gallery?
Absolutely. And we always include local artists in our exhibition. In fact, we've had local artists here at the gallery who for the very first time sold work here at Aquaba. We've shown artists that are here in the West Ward at the gallery, again, who sold artwork for the very first time here at Aquaba.
Okay. Talk about the artist studio. You mentioned the gallery in itself that you are operating. what's the vision of, and what the purpose of, you said, of having the artist studio? In reading the master plan, and Mr. McDonough will talk about it, it talks about to keep artists and makers in the neighborhoods. Can you talk about that? Why the need for an artist studio at this location?
Again, I mentioned earlier that we have lost a lot of artist studio spaces as well in Newark. In addition to galleries, the artist studios that we are proposing, again, it's an artist workspace. It's more like an office space. Artists are typically, they're working, their hours are not necessarily they won't all be there at the same time. So artists can be in their studios at different times. But I think it's extremely important for us to be able to continue to add more art spaces in Newark, as well as studio spaces in Newark, so that we can keep the arts here in the community. The city is advocating for more artist spaces and more art here in the city. And we're a part of that. And the vision is to be able to continue to build and grow on that.
What type of partnerships, if any, have you had and do you intend to have as far as continuing to focus on the artists and the culture in Newark?
So we've had partnerships with Newark Arts. We have participated in the Newark Arts Festival every year since we've been open. We have had partnerships with NJPAC, and the most recent partnership was the program that we had that ran last year for over a year's period. We've had partnerships with the city of Newark as well, where we had events that are art related here at the gallery with the city of Newark. The hope is, again, to be able to continue to build on those partnerships with other corporations and other art related associations here in the city with what we're doing.
In that collaboration, have you had or possibly intend to, as far as any educational component with either high school students or any college students?
One of the
I know in speaking with you, you've been passionate about this, so yeah.
One of the most wonderful things for me here in this space has been the kids that come in here. We have a lot of kids coming in here in this space on their own. We have kids coming in with their parents. And to be able to have a space like this in the community where they can come in and feel safe, where they can come in and enjoy something in their community that would not normally be here. That makes my day. When I come in here and the kids come in, they ask questions. I get to talk to them about school and, hey, how are you doing in school? You know, I need to see your grades. You got to bring back your grade report to me. And that's the kind of things that we have happening in this gallery. And I want to be able to continue to build on that. One of the first exhibitions I had here for students was, I had a young lady come in here she was a student at KIPP, which is the high school right across the street from Littleton. She came in here and she said, she walked around and she looked at the art, and then she came up to me and said, how can I get my work in here? And she looked pretty young, and I go, how old are you? She goes, I'm 16. I said, well, you know what? I've been reaching out to schools and I haven't gotten any response yet. She goes, my teacher will respond. And I said, really? She said, yes. She said, let me get your card. She got the card and she took it to school the next day. I got a call that day from the teacher. She's calling me. She says, I'm in the airport. My student gave me this card, but I'm going to call you, tomorrow so that we can make plans. She called back. We made plans. We had an exhibition here. I had them bring in all their work, all the students. I did a reception just like I would do for everyone else. I did a reception for them. I had it on for a week. The kids came here with their parents. In fact, at that exhibition, there was another teacher from the 13th Avenue School, and her and I were talking about trying to figure out how to get the kids here. She tried to get the kids, the school to do a trip, and they couldn't do it. And so we figured out how about if we get the parents to bring the kids? So the night that we had the exhibition for the KIPP students, the parents from 13th Avenue also brought their students here. We had a reception. It was great. The kids were just so happy to see their artwork on the wall and to be a part of that experience. I would love to be able to, in the space that I'm in, I can't do as much of that as I would like to do. I would love to be able to do more of that, because my vision when we started the gallery was to include the high school students in Newark in exhibitions. I haven't been able to do as much as I would like to do, and that space will allow us to include some more of that type of activity.
That kind of talks about why you chose this area, why Littleton. Like you indicated that you've lived here, or you've lived in the neighborhood for 19 years. Can you just talk about, again, any concerns that you may have for your neighbors, and now you think having a gallery in these artist studios in the long term would be helpful to the neighborhood?
So we've lived here, as I said, for almost 20 years. My husband and I chose to live in Newark. We could have lived elsewhere. We chose here because we believe in the city. We love the city. We love the community that we're in. And we really wanted to be a part of creating more and creating better in the community, because a lot of times the focus sometimes is, or there's a notion that we don't deserve certain things in our community. I remember when I opened the gallery, people would say, "Why did you open a gallery here?" And my response was always, "Why not? What's wrong with here? We deserve art. We deserve this in our community." And so we wanted to do more. Living here, as far as our neighbors, my house where I live, everyone will tell you, I'm out cleaning, I'm out planting flowers, I'm out, there were times when I even planted flowers in front of the neighbor's house. The gallery space, if you see the photos of the outside, seasonally, flowers here all the time. At Christmas time, I'm outside decorating. In the summertime, in the spring, I plant flowers. In the fall, we're putting out fall flowers. That's what we do. The plan with Littleton is to also do the same thing. As far as respecting the community, that is a huge deal for my husband and I. On South Orange Avenue, everyone will tell you driving past here, this is the cleanest block. And it's the cleanest block because my husband is out there cutting the grass. He's out there sweeping, cleaning the street. And it's not just in front of our property. In the entire block he will clean. He will go over to 19th Street and clean that block as well and cut the grass over there. And 18th Street, we do the same thing as well. Since we bought that property, when we bought that property in Littleton, as I said, it was not properly kept. The garbage was a situation. When my attorney did an Oprah search on the property, and I remember him calling me and saying, "Are you sure you want to buy this property?" And I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "In my entire practice, I have never seen so many tickets for trash on a property." When we bought the property, and I knew that from living in the neighborhood, every time I drove past there was always garbage in front. And the garbage started more so with the club than it did with the prior owner, because I remember there was a person who owned the property. I think her husband was a fire chief. They maintained the property in the front. The garbage situation started when that club moved in there. The fence situation as well. I hate that fence. I can't wait to take it down. That fence was put up, I believe, by the person who was running the club. When people in the neighborhood complained, they put a fence up so people couldn't see what they were doing back there.
Right. I do have a question. Like we mentioned that we're not touching, or there will be no modification to the dwelling. How will you ensure that there's no impact to the residential as opposed to the gallery? Or would there be some soundproofing? What modifications? So there's no, you indicate that this artisan and craft space, this is sculpture and painting, correct? There will not be loud music of any sort, or it's not musicians. These are really artisans and crafts, painters and sculptors. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I have to say again, with the prior business that was in there, they were operating that club from Thursday because the neighbors complained to me about what was going on. When we were there, I hung out there at nighttime just to see what was happening myself. from Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night, they were there with activities. The music was extremely loud. They went until the wee hours of the morning. I remember, I think I have a neighbor who's a couple doors down calling me at midnight saying, this situation is so bad, I can't sleep. When we bought the property, I went around and kind of told people we bought the property and what we were planning on doing with it. And I remember calling the police a couple of times because I got calls from them. And when I called the police and the police broke the party up, I could actually look out my window and see people running down the street, running away from the police.
But again, your vision of having the gallery, you're not that you're not being engaged in that type of behavior. Is that correct?
Part of the vision with the gallery.
Excuse me, Councilor Moore. The time is now 9:46, so could we kind of
Yes, I will be speaking. I just have
wrap this up
one question
with this witness?
Yes, I do just have one question and to close. So you're a lawyer by trade. You can show a picture of your existing gallery. If you can just end, I recall that when they were doing the master plan that the city interviewed you. You can just end and tell us like what started your love for the arts, and we'll end with that.
So back in my early 20s, I worked for an attorney in New York who represented a lot of artists at the time in New York. As part of working with her, she would hold these small exhibitions for artists at her house, and I would help out. And that's how I got involved with the arts, and that started my love for the arts. In fact, after 33 years, as a result of one of my artists who sent an email and she happened to be on the link, I reconnected with her 33 years later recently, about 2 weeks ago.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Are there any questions from our board members? Are there any questions from our professionals? Seeing that we don't have any objectors, 973-444, you're a supporter or objector?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a supporter or objector?
I'm more than that, sir. I would appreciate having some time. I'm a
You'll get your time at the end when we open that up for you, okay? No time.
I'm a supporter.
Okay, we will let you speak when we get to that part right now. This is only for questions. Being that you're a supporter, I don't think you have any questions for this witness.
No, I don't.
All right. You may call your next witness.
So at this time, I'd like to call Maurice Brown.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will be providing will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, spell your last name, and your affiliation with this application for the record.
My name is Maurice Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I'm with engineering firm of C2EM Urban.
Turn your mic up, Mr. Brown.
We're located in Newark, New Jersey, and we were retained by the owners of the property to basically look at the circulation issues that was raised.
Mr. Brown, your counsel have to qualify you.
Yeah, I have to, Mr. Brown, I have to qualify you. So just state your education and license, if any you hold.
I'm a licensed professional engineer in New Jersey and several other states. I've been licensed since 1988. My license is current and in good standing.
We will accept Mr. Brown. You may move forward.
Thank you. So, Mr. Brown, you were retained for a purpose. There was a question in the planner's report respect to the existing parking. There are 5 parking spaces on site regarding the access on the parking spaces, and you were able, the specific request was to provide a parking radius, which we have provided. If you can share your screen and then walk us through that exhibit. Again, we're not seeking any site plan. It's just a limited purpose of showing that parking radius and the maneuverability of those stalls.
Okay.
And if we can have that marked up, is that's A4, consisting of one sheet. And I'll call it parking plan and circulation.
Okay, parking plan that was provided shows 5 spaces, including a handicap space and handicap accessible aisle in front of the building in the existing parking lot. These spaces were initially 9 by 18 regular size parking stalls, 18 feet, 18.5 feet deep, 9 feet wide. The issues that were raised in Mr. Hazel's comments was that the furthermost parking space, which is the southernmost parking space, being 9 foot wide and 18 foot deep, there was some difficulty in terms of backing out of that space and then exiting the site through the existing or proposed driveway. And I do agree with that assessment from Mr. Hazel. What we have done in terms of trying to address that issue is that these 2 parking spaces, 2 southernmost parking spaces that we have converted those spaces to compact cars only. With the compact cars, we're reducing the depth of those spaces to 16 feet in lieu of the 18 foot 6 inches. What that does, it allows a car backing out of that southern space to back up to the fence and then maneuver to the back of the adjacent parking spot, which is a compact parking spot, and then make a turn to the left or to the right, and then basically maneuver and circulate out of that space through the existing proposed driveway. It's a modified K-turn, so to speak, but that allows the vehicle to comfortably move from the parking spot and circulate out of the site. We have shown that the edge of the outermost edge of the vehicle circulating through a radius of roughly 24 feet would be able to clear the existing parking spaces and safely move from the existing parking space out to Littleton Avenue, which basically resolves that issue in terms of the tight maneuverability of that parking space when it was 19 feet deep. So I believe that should address Mr. Hazel's concern as far as that is concerned.
I don't have any further question. Again, we're not seeking site plan application. This really just to address the comment in the planner's report. So I reserve any questions.
So Councilor, for the sake of time, because it's now 9:52, that as we move forward, all testimony I would appreciate if we just address issues.
Yes.
If it's a non-issue, let's not even talk about it. Let's just address the issues so we can either come to a compromise or move forward.
Okay.
Any questions for the engineer? Mr. Hazel, you good? All right. You may call your next.
My next witness, our planner, my last witness, John McDonough.
Do you
Swear
swear?
John.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
State your name, your last name, and your affiliation for the
Hi,
record.
everyone. John McDonough, McDonough, I'm the project planner. Business address 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey.
We might know your address by heart by now. We accept Mr. McDonough as a planner. He's testified before this board for 40 years now, so we're good.
So, remember, John, what we always say, go ahead, discuss the planning to expedite the matter. If you can just talk about the D2 variances that we're seeking as part of this application.
I can do this in 1 minute. This is a really, really good application. I think there are 3 key points to make here. Number 1, I'll certainly fall back on the testimony of Laura. You heard the passion, you heard the emotion. What she's doing here is a really good thing. We always look at the promotion of the general welfare. Clearly, this is taking what is now a non-conforming use, and the non-conforming use is the fact that we have 2 uses on 1 piece of property. You have the residential component, you have the non-residential component. Clearly, what's happening with the non-residential component is taking what's there and making it much better in terms of integration with the surrounding neighborhood. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is letting the site itself do the talking. I usually do this. Again, we're talking about a developed piece of property. The subject building is in the back of the lot. We've got the parking in the front. This could be developed with 9 residential units. You just heard an application with 9 residential units. This would be by right at this location. This is a reuse of what's there. And just to remind the board, you've got the residential unit in the front. You've got the commercial or the non-residential in the back. It's going to be reuse of this space in the back. Toward Commissioner's comment about that fence, that's the first thing that I jumped into as well. That wood fence is going away, so this is not going to be a concealed property, but it's going to open up. This is the before. This gives you an example of what's happening at the other gallery on South Orange Avenue. So the before and the after from a physical planning standpoint will certainly be dramatic. And then taking you inside, this is what you have now with the club. This is what you'll get is creative workspace for artists and makers. Also, that's the end result. Beautiful gallery. So from a physical planning standpoint, this is certainly going to be a drastic improvement over that which is there. The third point that I want to make is let your own master plan do the talking here. These are not John McDonough's words. These are the words of your master plan as to the importance and significance of what our applicant is doing here. There are pages and pages in your master plan about supporting the arts. I'll just give it a little exclamation point here with just a couple of sentences, and this is your master plan. Newark is and has always been the cultural heart of New Jersey. Culture is intrinsic to New Jersey's artistic community. Arts, culture, and creativity are components of Newark's new economy and continue to make Newark attractive to new residents and visitors. This culture must be protected as Newark grows in the next decade. With that, I think this application squarely lands on the positive side. Little, if any, negative impacts associated with the relief. The applicant's only asking for 1 variance. That's a D2. It's not a question of whether the use is appropriate in the first place, but whether the applicant is taking what's there and making it better. Based on all the testimony, I think that burden has been met and approval is warranted right before 10 o'clock.
Any questions for the planner? That might have been as short as you ever been, Mr. McDonough.
I saw the clock.
Any questions for the planner? Counselor? Any further witnesses tonight?
Nothing further. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. At this time, we're going to open it up for comment because we have about 8 people on here that are supporters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. We will cut you off at 3 minutes. Keep it nice and sweet. We know you love the art, but you know, we have our Tom here. 973-444-7899.
Yes. Yes. Good evening. I hope you can.
State your name and your address. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Eugene Stewart.
Actually, Mr.
Tell us where
Eugene,
you
let
at.
me give you this, yeah. Do you swear and affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now
And
you can state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
my name is Eugene Stewart. I'm a resident here at 166-170 Littleton Avenue. I'm talking fast because I'm hoping I get 4 minutes. There's some things I really want to say. First of all, Ms. Palmer, you know, I love you. You know that. I'm an ex-Marine. I lived here at Littleton for almost 30 years. The Stewarts, we have the same last name. As she said, the place was beautiful. When the owner took over, there were two different organizations that demolished this place. My life was put in jeopardy. It was horrible. I'm a Marine Corps vet. I'm an EMT, emergency medical technician. I'm nominated EMT of the year for 2024. Um, uh, uh, before before these owners took over, Miss Stewart had a gym. She had aerobics classes. I'm a musician. I have a 16-track studio here where I live. My band used to rehearse and play there, and our sound was nowhere near the sound that were there. The place was violent for the last few years before Ms. Palmer took over. The police were called many times by me. I'm talking real fast. We played for the mayor. When I lost my mother, I just want to just share this with everybody. When I lost my mother in 2015, last thing we spoke about was me playing. We played for Mr. Mayor Baraka for many years, Jazz for Raz. All the city council used to meet here Saturday mornings. On the day I had to put my mom to rest, I literally left the funeral, sang at the funeral, and my band played outside in this parking lot. We had a huge stage, and we played for Mr. Baraka. Since Ms. Palmer has taken over, so many positive changes have taken place. I'm proud to be here, and I want to be an asset to her. Maybe I'm an artist, but I'm a musical artist. Maybe she'll have my band play at some of her events. You can look me up, Eugene Stewart, on Facebook. You can see me doing some performances there. I just really, really love the concept and the idea of what she's doing moving forward. And I just want to be an asset. We both care and love animals. We have so many things in common.
3 minutes.
Okay. And I want to say that I am full support of the positive changes that are going to take place here at my home and at her home. And I just want to be a part of it.
Thank you, Eugene. Sophia, raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm? I can't see Miss Sophia.
She disappeared.
Oh, there she is. Okay, do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, please spell your last name and your address for us.
Okay. My last name is Lacroix, and I'm not in New Jersey. My address is 7521 Atlanta Street, Hollywood, Florida 33024.
Thank you.
So, I'm honored to be part of this process. I'm one of the more recent artists who has exhibited at Aquaba Gallery. I made the trip to New Jersey with my teenage daughter for the opening of the last exhibit. And I just wanted to contribute and echo the importance of what Laura and Aquaba Gallery are doing and envision to do. As an artist, I have to tell you that it's always challenging to find studio space, to find exhibiting space. Art brightens everything. It uplift society. We have in South Florida something similar to what she envisioned, what Ms. Stewart and Ms. Palmer envisions, called Studio 18 in Pembroke Pines, where it's a big space, a gallery, and then surrounded by artist studios. It's very good for the community. Doing community work is part of what I do full time with Florida International University. So uplifting children, having artist talk, it's only going to improve a community, brighten the community, and it means a lot to artists. So I really hope this gets approved because it is a worthwhile project. And she's her and her husband are amazing. That Gallery Acoba, superior. 2 of my paintings sold right away. So she has the clientele. And I'm honored to be represented by her, really. So I wish you good luck, and I hope this gets approved.
Thank you. I believe that's Tananji Germa, if I pronounced it correctly.
You actually did a great job. I'm quite impressed.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. We can't see you, but I still need you to raise your right hand.
Yes, I'm raising my right hand.
There she go.
Do you
Hi.
swear? Hi. Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
My name is Tananya Girma. My last name is Girma, Girma. I'm at 60 Undercliff Terrace South in West Orange, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody on this call, especially the board members, for your service. This is so, it's my first time joining, and I'm just so impressed. So thank you guys. I served as the founder of the Week Wake Neighborhood Association. I also was the PTA president for KIP. I'm also a former trustee of NJPAC, so very, very much involved in Newark. And just to see Laura's evolution has been incredible. And I just think it's really important to, I mean, you guys have heard everything. I mean, I know this is pretty much a no-brainer, but we're all here in support of not only the impact that Laura has made on the development of the community, putting money in artists' hands, also building up the youth. She has built so much impact in her short amount of time, because I know she's going to do so much more. There's no place I would rather be than to be here standing up for her. She is incredible, and she does everything. People know me as Miss Jeffries, and I'm a tough grader. And I will tell you, everything Laura and her husband does is with excellence, and she's completely exceptional. And she has this ability to provide the space for everybody. So I'm here in total support. I look forward to this next project. KIP, my kids went to KIP. I can see this being such a great anchor for that street, which is, as we all know, it's a wonderful street, but it needs more investment, more development. I know that this project will make a tremendous impact. So I just sit here and support. And I don't know if I get a vote or not, but my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Fayami Shakur. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
My name is Fayemi Shakur. Last name spelled Shakur. My address is 197 Broome Street, Newark, in the Central Ward. I also serve as the city's Arts and Cultural Affairs Director, and I am extremely excited that this is being heard before the board today. Thank you for your consideration. There's not much more I can add to the testimony that's already been given, but I just would like to re-emphasize that master plan. I'm so glad the comments that were read today from the master plan and basically emphasizing and encouraging the importance of art and culture in our city. This definitely has a public benefit, as art spaces contribute to also neighborhood revitalization, our quality of life, our well-being, and it's a benefit to our residents. Laura mentioned the loss of galleries and artist studios in our city, which is profound. And these proposed spaces would fill a great need artists have in our city for professional studio spaces to do their work. It also provides opportunities for cultural exchange, as Laura shared, between local artists and art collectors and international artists. It provides free, open to the public exhibitions for our residents to enjoy. and becomes another destination that adds to our cultural fabric of the city, which also has an economic impact through purchases of artwork and also visits that people may make to restaurants and other local businesses when they patronize the gallery. Aquaba Gallery is definitely the cleanest block on the street. Laura and her husband take incredible care of the properties that they own. So I enthusiastically also support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Alusa's iPhone.
Good evening, everybody.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I am. Yes, I will.
State your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
My name is Olusola Adebomi, spelled Adebomi. I live on 176 Littleton Ave, Newark, New Jersey. I'm here to support the art gallery. I happen to live 3 buildings away from the proposed art gallery. I've lived here for the past 3 years. The former occupants of the building, the former tenants of the building being proposed for the art gallery, was a living hell for us that lived on the side of the block, 3 buildings away. From Thursday night, I get into a panic mode because from Thursday to Sunday, nobody's gonna sleep till 3 a.m. So having an art gallery being proposed for that building was the best thing that ever happened to me last summer when I met Ms. Laura and she told me what she bought the property. I know the art gallery is going to enhance the environment, bring beautiful people on board to the street, having us visit there, participate in just uplifting the neighborhood compared to how the neighborhood was being torn down with parties till 3 a.m., smoke, not being able to sleep, music all through the night, having to call the police countless times. It's a 360 shift to have that gallery in the neighborhood. I don't even know why anybody would want to oppose such a beautiful thing. Concerning parking, the former occupant of the building, that tenant, would have, once it's 4 o'clock, you will not get anywhere to park on the street. Whole block will be blocked till 3 a.m. So how many spaces will the art gallery take? How many people can it take at a go? The former occupants will have nothing less than 150, 200 people, 1,000, countless times. I'll screenshot my doorbell. Even when
1 minute.
when they had what's it called? A shooting there. So I'm here to support, and I pray and I hope Miss Laura succeeds and the board approves. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
Vivian Cox Fraser.
I'm going to be brief, but I'll raise my hand.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record, please.
Vivian Cox Fraser, Fraser. Address is 152 Littleton Avenue, Newark, New Jersey. So I'm here in support of Ms. Palmer's application. We restored a house on Littleton, right just 2 doors down from this site. So it is a technology center for residents to come in and to be able to access technology. So I'm excited to have the art gallery as a neighbor and also to add to the vibrancy of the block. And I know that, it'll be a good thing. So I'm full in support of it.
Thank you. Cesar Vizcaino.
Good evening.
Raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name for the record, and your address.
Cesar Vizcaino, Vizcaino. I'm the Executive Director for the Partnership West Business Improvement District. The address is 1044 South Orange Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've known Miss Palmer for over 7 years. Met her when she was first doing her first art gallery, and being in the city of Newark is challenging to get anything done in terms of opening up a new business. And I assured her that we would get her business open, and she stayed with us. She made some promises, and she's exceeded those promises. The West Ward is completely the West Ward, but with Ms. Palmer's art gallery, that's a beacon. It's a light in our West Ward. It's one of the premier businesses, one of the most known businesses, and in such a short period of time, she's done a phenomenal job. During the times of COVID, I couldn't work from home. I used to work here in my office where you see me at now. And I remember Laura always being open, and I remember the challenges. Imagine having a brand new art gallery during the time of COVID when no one could come outside. There was some days, sometimes some months, where she was in tears because, you can imagine she had no clientele. And at one point, she was thinking about going back into law. And I always try to tell her that there'll be better days, and we're trying to get grants, and we're trying to do everything we could to help her to make sure that she stayed open. And we're very fortunate that she did stay open. She didn't go back to the law field, or else we would have lost her in that art gallery, which is so important to us. She's been recognized, not only in the state of New Jersey, but in other states. She's been approached by Wall Street. Had it been somebody from somewhere else, we'd all been applauding that. We think we should applaud our own. She came here, she did what she promised to do, and she's doing a phenomenal job at it. She's a tough person. She's my biggest critic. She's my toughest person in the bid. When she calls me and I see her name, I get scared. I don't know if it's a good day. I don't know if it's a bad day. I don't know what's going to happen. But I tell you this, even though she's my toughest critic and the hardest on me, I want 50 of Laura Palmer. Laura Palmer fixed her block. She fixed her area. And if I had 50 people like her, this neighborhood, this ward would be amazing, outstanding. So I need more Laura Palmers, even though she's hard on me. And I appreciate her for that. There's things in the business district that occur that we always lean on her. Not only that, but she also has celebrations for Black History Month, and she's the only business outside of probably the Central Ward who's hosted a Newark Film Festival event. We hosted a Newark Film Festival event and was the only one in the West Ward, the only venue. And not only did the film get shown, but they also had a Q&A with all the actors that were in it, and they came there, and it was success. You should have seen the people that evening, how happy.
10 seconds, Caesar.
10 seconds? Okay, I'm gonna skip everything else and tell you this. Laura Palmer has supported this neighborhood, this ward. I want everyone to please stand up and support her now that she needs us. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin Vallette. Marvin.
Miss,
All right, we have two more, and that's it. Is there Yolanda Bernard? Yolanda, raise your right hand, be sworn in.
you can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Marvin, we're gonna
Yes.
come back to you right
No
now.
problem.
Yolanda.
Okay.
Yolanda, raise your right hand.
I just had surgery, so I can't raise my right hand. I'll raise my left, if that's okay.
That's fine. Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and your address.
My name is Yolanda Bernard. The last name is B as in boy, E-R, N as in Nancy, A-R-D. My address is 11 General Morgan Lane, Glen Gardner, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I wanted to come on to support Laura and her endeavors with Aquaba Gallery, as well as their project on Littleton, because I am one of those residents that lives about an hour outside of Newark. And for the last 2 years, I have lent not just my financial resources, but my time to work with Laura on a volunteer basis to support what she is doing in Newark at Aquaba Gallery, and to support the efforts that she's trying to put forward tonight to expand the project. For those of you who are not as far out in New Jersey as I am, I don't think you recognize how unique Aquaba Gallery is. So out here in Hunterdon County, there is
is nothing like Aquaba. There's nothing like Aquaba in New Brunswick. There's nothing like Aquaba in the various different places that I travel to within the state of New Jersey to look at art and buy art from a commercial gallery. I literally drive past different galleries that are not necessarily representative of the art that I collect. I drive an hour past towns and towns and galleries to specifically go to Aquaba on purpose, to support the mission of that gallery, to support the ideals that Aquaba puts forth, as well as, and I have said similar things about NJPAC in the past, I drive to Newark on purpose because there are things there that, like Aquaba Gallery, that support the ideals of my family and support things that I believe in and support causes for people of color, for diverse communities, for artists who are trying to get their careers started and who are trying to grow and build community and expand the arts in the state of New Jersey. And I wholeheartedly believe that there is no reason why New Jersey residents should have to drive to New York City or should have to drive to Philadelphia to be able to take part in and purchase and experience the arts at such a high level as is being put forth in Aquaba Gallery. So I support the project. I support her continued expansion in that area, and I am willing and myself, as well as to tell my friends who are willing to bring our dollars and our time into the city of Newark, to invest in the city of Newark, because by supporting Laura, I'm supporting the endeavors of expanding Newark and expanding Newark's economy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marvin, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name, spell your last name, and your address for the record.
Marvin Villette, Villette. My address is 529 South 16th Street.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And I support Laura with this project. I am a district leader of the 49th district in the West Ward, and Laura's art gallery falls at the very edge of my district. And her art gallery uplifts the whole district. Her art gallery, the way her husband take care of the neighborhood in that area, it goes with the other people in the neighborhood, picks up that same energy, and they try to maintain the area clean and try to keep our district phenomenal. And I thank Laura for that. That art gallery is amazing. Some of the things that the other people have mentioned, she does bring culture to the community. She does bring another aspect to the youth, to the community. And the new location where it's at on Littleton Avenue, her being there is going to make that area very vibrant. There's a tech house not two houses down where there's already having programming over there. So I know the art gallery will extend that. And there's a KIPP school across the street. So I know her art gallery will extend it. And I support Laura. She helps the West Ward. She changed the the mind. She's saying some of the mindsets of the West Ward, and she changed the scope of the West Ward with her art gallery. And I support her project.
Thank you, Marvin. The board will now go into discussion.
Quick question. There was one person from NJPAC here who wanted to talk.
Okay, Ms. Mahir, do you see that person?
It is Aisha Maribel.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Raise your right hand. This will be the last speaker from the supporters. Raise your right hand, be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that you will state the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record.
Aisha Couture Marable. I am from New Jersey Performing Arts Center. I live at 291 Elmwood Drive, Orange, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving me 1 minute. I just need one after a long evening, and I appreciate all of what you are doing, but we need you to hopefully say yes to this proposal on behalf of the New Jersey Performing Arts Center. We're just so honored to collaborate with Laura Bonus Palmer and her husband and the Aquaba Gallery. We have been in partnership with them for the last 4 years when we expanded our programming into the wards. Aquaba Gallery has been the primary place where we have been partnering in the West Ward because they are a trusted, engaged partner with deep-rooted commitment to the West Ward. We know that their invaluable connection with the students of the West Ward, the high school, KIPP, and all the other schools in that area is unique and it's replicable. I love watching Laura. Laura is in that space, Aquaba Gallery, her first space, every single day. She does not have to go in every day, but she chooses to because she knows that there's a chance that there's a young person that's going to walk past that gallery, that their lights are going to be open, their eyes are going to be opened, and the light is going to go off, and they're going to realize they were born to be an artist. It is going to be in that gallery that they're going to turn their whole world around. And so I know that Aquaba Gallery has been serving as a model for engaged partners. I know for years that they've stood as a creative hub for young minds to explore and express themselves, to envision their futures through powerful visual arts. She gave her testimony tonight to say exactly what happened with that one young lady that came in that then changed the lives of all of her peers because she had the audacity to go back to her school and say, I want my work on those walls. So I know that Laura Palmer and her family and Aquaba Gallery deserves to put more young people's work on their walls. The New Jersey Performing Arts Center, we are committed to continue to work with her. We're committed to expand with her together. We have cultivated spaces where the arts are not just seen, but experienced, where storytelling and culture and personal expression intersect to inspire and grow and transform lives. Laura Palmer and her husband are life transformers. And we believe that the visual arts are essential in well-being. There's no way we can survive this season in this country without visual arts. And with artists that are coming through those buildings and art collectors and young prospective artists, they're going to look in at their work on those walls as a mirrors of
15 seconds.
self-discovery. They will see it as a refuge for emotional expression and a pathway to healing. And so I hope you can help us heal Newark through her work in the new space that I hope you say yes to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marrow. The board is officially going into discussion. Commissioner Conversation, yes.
Thank you to everybody in the community who came out. Thank you, Aquaba Gallery, for the beautiful work you've done on your building and in the community. I will absolutely be making a motion to approve this application. It's amazing what you've been able to do just by hanging some art on the wall. So thank you.
Commissioner Cobian.
Good evening. I also want to thank all the supporters for taking the time to attend tonight's meeting, especially the applicant for all the work she's done in the community and for choosing to stay in Newark. So I will also be in support of this application.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes, I'd like to say, as an educator, I know the importance of art, and especially it being invited into the schools, but more so even into the community for all to see. And I would definitely be in support of this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty.
In the interest of time, I'm just going to say ditto to everything that's been said. We look forward to a brighter area and perspective. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Ms. Palmer, I don't want this to be Newark's little secret any longer. It can't be just in the artist world circle. Marketing and talking about this has to be better. You know, we drive by there, South Orange Avenue, we see the place, beautiful, clean outside. But how many people in Newark really know that it's there and what it really is? They see a word they can't say, may not understand, they may not even walk in. So we need to do better in JPAC, Urban League, everybody that's on here need to do a better job of engaging the city, of engaging the youth from every ward, not just within that little West Ward. But we got to start engaging all our youth and let them understand that art is a way out. It's a stress reliever. It's a depression reliever. It's a way to express yourself. So, with that being said, I am going to be in support of that application tonight. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve ZBA -25-01 166-170 Littleton Ave. We've been here for a while, so I don't remember if there were conditions, but
There's
with
no
any
conditions.
conditions, with any conditions that's been mentioned.
They just got to move that ugly gate. Can I get a second?
Second.
Call the roll.
Member Comesañas,
Absolutely, yes.
Member Jones,
Proudly yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Positively yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Look forward to the grand opening.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for everyone in the community. I know it's late for you to support this application, and I definitely, Laura, make it known. It's a great project, so thank you for being part of it. And thank you, Chair. Thank you, Time, for everyone.
Thank you.
Attorney Moore,
Yes.
did you say you know it's late? Is that what you said?
Well, it's early for me, but
Y'all crazy. Madam Secretary, what's next on the agenda?
Thank you, everyone.
The
right, thank you.
extension,
All right, bye-bye.
extension ZBA 1741.
Extension.
Yes, we're gonna carry it into.
I
our
thought
next
we
meeting.
had one application left. Are you telling me we got to do here an extension?
No.
Oh.
Except, well, the attorney is not present, so we're gonna carry it to our next agenda.
Oh, okay,
which is,
yeah, that's right. That was that one from earlier. I
March
apologize.
27th.
March 27th? Okay. Do we need to vote on that or just?
I believe so, yes.
Can I get a motion to carry that application to March
Motion.
27th?
Motion to approve.
Motion.
From say yes, and who did the second?
A lot of people.
Jones?
Jones, call the roll, Madam Secretary.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres. Member Torres,
Sorry. Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Next item on the agenda.
We have
We do have one resolution, Mr. Chair. To be memorialized, it's ZBA 18-71, 605 Orange Street.
Any dissents? None. Call the roll.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Next item on the agenda.
The memorialization of the February 6 minutes.
Any dissents? Call the roll.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Rivero,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Chair Mumford.
Yes. Next item on the agenda.
If that is all.
I believe if there's any reason for us to go into executive session, council.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is our zoning officer here? I don't see her.
No.
With that being said, can I get a motion to
Motion
adjourn?
to adjourn. Move it.
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, all.